Alrighty, guys. Oh boy. Oh, blah, 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 blah. I, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Ah. Uh, okay. uh, yeah. Yeah, okay. I pull up my, we, okay, uh, um, uh, okay, um, all right. Okay, there we go. Anybody else relating? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oof. I need $1,000 crystal mommy sesh. Yeah, I do. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh, let's just sit for a sec. Everybody get in here. Yeah, my eye finally seems better today. Thank God. Ooh. Doing a 6-hour stream right after getting home from EDC was a great idea. Oh, yeah, deep breaths, everyone. My brain feels like it genuinely feels like mashed potatoes. Everything is just very fuzzy. And I was awoken at 7 a.m. because they set off the fire alarm in my apartment building, and it went off for 10 minutes. Just the loudest, most blaringest fire alarm. Yeah. And I took a melatonin too, so all day today I've just been like, oh my God. 7 a.m., so an hour after you went to bed. I got to bed around 3-ish, I think. Yeah. Still better than last year, though. Still better. Hoshi Cow, thank you for the 3. Boom, thank you for the 10. Craze, thank you for the 7 months. Scalador, thank you for the 17. Anonymous, thank you for the gifted. 3 months gifted. I know, I need somebody to throw cold water on me. Oh my God. Oregon counties vote on joining Idaho. Idaho's not real. Oregon wants to join a place that's not real. I get it. Not to overwhelm you in this delicate state, but I need us to add Kid Rock Rolling Stone to the docket. Okay. I'll pull this up. Um, Bro, you guys, not only am I recovering from EDC, but it's been, I think Will talked about this on his stream yesterday. I didn't want to talk about it too much unless he had talked about it, but I mentioned it yesterday. But his girlfriend before me, who was very sick. Oh boy. No, she's not okay. Sick as in mental illness. Yeah. Oh boy. It's been tough. It's been tough trying to help him through. He got a phone call Monday night that she ended her life. Yeah. I mean, it's been like 8 years since they've been together, because he and I have been together for so long, but it's still something where, you put a lot. If you've ever been with someone who's like really mentally ill and is not getting the help that they need, or maybe that's you, and just know, please, you're not alone. There are people to help you. And anyway, you know what it's like feeling as if you, I don't know, like you just failed or something. It's really hard. And I'm in a position where I didn't obviously know her because she was before me, but I knew, we talked about her a lot. And I don't know, I just always wanted the best for her, and now I'm trying to help him through this, and it's a fucking mess, especially after after a weekend of EDC where neither of us have anything in us right now. So trying to emotionally handle something that is this heavy to handle. Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It's weird being in a position where the person you love is struggling with dealing with the loss of someone who they loved once upon a time. And unfortunately, it's one of those weird things where if she hadn't been if she did not have untreated mental illness, they probably would have stayed together. But her mental illness meant that she, on bad days, it was really bad. So it got to a point that finally Will couldn't be with this person anymore. And yeah, so it's like a weird thing where I go, wow, I've been told we have a lot of similarities, the two of us. It's just she struggled heavily with mental illness, and I I have not. I do not. And so it's weird to think like if she had not been sick like that, that they would have, they would have been together still. And I've never been in a position of trying to help, of being in this position, trying to help someone that I love who has lost someone that they loved. Anyway, sorry, this is very heavy to start off the stream, but can't imagine how tough this is on him because it's not like there was love lost. Yeah, and Will's a healer. Like he really, almost to a fault. Almost to a fault. You know how like your best, the best thing about people can also be, I don't like the word worst. It's like two sides of the same coin. And so for him, he cares so deeply about people, and he just wants to help people, but it also can be to a detriment to himself. And with her, that's how it was. Yeah, it's like a double-edged sword. Yeah. Yeah. It's also just really sad. It's very sad, and it just goes to show that mental illness is mental illness. This was a person who came from a very beautiful life, a lot of money, very successful family. She was beautiful. She was smart. And yet I don't think that she had ever, it doesn't seem like she had ever sought real professional help. I think she turned to like yoga, which, look, guys, yoga, exercise, like all those things can be helpful, but depending on what, depending on your brain chemistry, it's not always the answer to everything. And yeah, I don't know. I just want to keep reminding you guys that you're not alone, and please don't be afraid to seek help if you need it. It's really challenging supporting your partner, but knowing that they also need help you can't provide. Yeah. It's like a weird thing where he knew this person, I didn't. Yeah, it's just it's a weird spot to be in. Yeah. Yeah. He's good at healing because he had to heal over and over. It's a skill one never wants to be forced to get good at. Yeah, and it's also I don't know. He has lost a lot of people, and a lot of people very tragically. Like, one person should never have had to lose this many people, and in the ways that they've been lost. And you just, it's also like worrying about him and going, ugh, God. As someone who struggles with mental illness, I appreciate you talking about this, because it's hearing about things like this that reminds me why I need to continue getting help. So thank you. He's talked about it in the past. I hope he's okay and he knows we love him. Yeah, and I usually try, look, I like being honest and transparent with my community, but I also want to make sure that I don't say things that are too private, and I know that he's talked about these things before. So that's why I'm talking about them. And he is, if any arch villains are in here right now, just think it's also helpful to know that that's what he's going through right now. And I think it's coinciding with struggling with this industry. And I don't know, when you lose somebody, and when you lose somebody in that way, it makes you stop and really reevaluate. May is mental health awareness month, yes. And you just kind of look around and you're like, I think it really puts a spotlight on things that are toxic and bad and that you've just been going along with because you haven't been able to break out of it. But yeah, it puts things in perspective. And there are just a lot of things about the streaming industry that feels so fake and awful. And then you get news that very shallow. And you just kind of look, I don't know, it's like this weird place to be in where you get such sobering news like that, where somebody who was so young and so beautiful and from the outside had such a gorgeous life but was very sick and finally, couldn't take it anymore. And you're sitting with all that, and then you just look around at all this fucking shit that people are doing and saying, and it feels so jarring. Like it's already like, it's not a new sensation of looking at the things that people are saying to each other. My God. God, man. Fuck. God, people are so cruel. Streaming is a performance for some people. It's hard to be on when you're feeling so off. The cruelty is overwhelming. Oh, this industry can just be such a piece of shit because people are so awful to each other. It's hard not to overthink and overanalyze the point of guilt and shame, but the support he gave when he could and how he could. Yeah, it's hard because you have emotion and then you have logic. And your logic is telling you one thing and then your emotion is telling you another. And you kind of just have to feel it all, even though logically there was nothing I could have done, especially with him. He hasn't been with her for a long time. And they did get to a point where it was finally like a little check in here and there, like, hope you're doing well. She was like really excited to see his success on stream. Um, but then you think like, man, maybe if I had sent a text and said, hey, was thinking about you, or want to grab coffee, stuff like that, where I don't know. You always think that stuff. I have pretty bad depression and BPD. I sometimes see streamer drama and it just shocks me to see people be so casual about that. I feel like this being all online really makes streamers forget the other person's feelings too. Fucking hell, man. I'm just like, there is so much pain. There's so much pain in this world. Why are we contributing to further pain and suffering? Like, why? Just everyone just needs to fucking stop for a second. And it's interesting because I feel like, I don't know, it's this weird thing where we talk about mental health and we've gotten to a point where we're much more open about it. And a lot of streamers who talk about mental health and mental health awareness and like being real, and then continue to perpetuate this hatred and this vitriol. And yeah, talk a lot of talk, but don't do a lot of the walk. Mm-hmm. Our government, yeah, I mean, yeah. Sorry guys. This is kind of what a way what a way to start off the stream. And I also have just no function in my brain. So you just kind of, I don't know. Maybe it's a good thing though. Trying not to just move on, be like, oh, it's fine, whatever. We just deal with it and move on. Sometimes you just gotta stop. You just gotta stop for a second. I don't know. I feel like it's been really bad on this platform lately, which is tough. Love streaming. Love you guys. Love this community. Love being able to be here. It's a gift every day. It's just, oh, there's just a lot of ugliness.
You need anything?
No,
Alright, I'm gonna take the boy to the park.
I just took him to outside a little bit.
I'm gonna take him to the park.
He was pooping, running around.
He needs his park time.
Yeah. It's been draining as a viewer. I feel like, yeah, it's not fun for you guys. Look, I know that there are people who love this shit, okay? Humans are drawn to gossip and drama, and yeah, there are people who relish this and perpetuate it, of course. Because the thing is that streamer drama doesn't it doesn't continue unless there are viewers who feed into it and help continue it. And I think it's awful. It's too much. I don't think that's fun. Like if I were a viewer, I would hate this. And you know, obviously like we cover heavy news on here. So it's not like when I say escapism, I understand that this is not a stream you come to necessarily, and it's just all positive, good vibes all the time. We cover a lot of stuff, but I really try to stay away from the personal shit because I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good for any of us. I don't want to waste your guys' time. I don't want to waste my time. Anyway, I don't know. Stuff happens in real life and it just puts all this in perspective. I don't think that's fair. It's not a waste of time to relate to other humans. That's not what I'm talking about. Relating to other humans is not what I'm referring to. I don't see this as drama. I see this as people having a life outside of stream. Let me be clear. What I'm referring to is like the meta of people just watching their claws into each other for drama's sake to create clips, and it just like it's like a clip within a clip within a clip within a clip. Just keeps going. It's like vile stuff. Yeah. Doing stuff for views. And you guys know it. You know it's for views. You know it. Yeah, chat, don't be so literal and dense. Come on, most of you know what I'm talking about. Most of you know what I'm referring to. One of the streamers I used to watch started some drama, and that stream had 5 times more viewers than normal. It went back to normal numbers a couple days. Yes, that's what happens. It's good for numbers always, and that's why people do it. Like at the end of the day, let's not forget that this is a platform where it's all about numbers. There are people who only care about numbers. And it doesn't matter like what it doesn't matter like I don't know. They don't think about anything else but that. Chat, we're not talking about specific things, more so everything together. Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Like, I hate feeling so woo-woo when I say, God, we really just need to be kinder to each other. Truly. All of us. And like, I don't know. People will hear that and in one ear out the other, just laugh about it. I don't know what else to say though. Like it seems woo woo, but it's true. I live for messiness, but only good fun and mostly bantering. But it definitely has been draining due to the vitriol. It creates a fatigue because it's so mean and it's not even fun or entertaining. Just awfulness being treated as sport. Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it. Awfulness being treated as sport. And like I said, we are, as human beings, we forever have had an affinity for a little goss. Gossip has been around forever. That's not what I'm referring to. I think most of you don't know the nature of what I'm referring to. It's not a new thing. It's just been so nonstop recently. And it does feel like it is for sport. And it is because you're all like, if I put out a video, if I put in my stream title, okay, let me just tell you. If I put in my stream title addressing the drama, or like whatever, some streamer's name, if I put my views would go up. If I put out a YouTube video, like Cutie was so funny about it. Cutie was fucking hilarious because she baited them all and then ran ads for 2 hours. Or if I put out a YouTube video where I just decided to jump in, I just decided to put myself in it and get real personally nasty, then that video would probably be higher than even my fucking J-Lo video. That's my highest viewed video. Cutie got them. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. It feels woo to say because it's so much easier to say than it is to do, but it still needs to be said. And it needs to be said often because of how often we forget. Yeah. Where'd you get your cap? This is Everything Ever All at Once. I'm trying to remember. It was like a limited drop. I got that in a t-shirt. Is there anything Twitch or the other streaming platforms can do? Uh, I mean, people toe the line. Like, they'll say up to a point, and then like there's certain things that I think people know not to say because that can lead to a ban, but also the platforms don't care because it's viewers. Yeah, it's viewers, it's revenue. As long as you're like, I was about to say, as long as you're not saying the N word, but I guess that's not anymore. So I don't know. I don't have an example. I don't have an example anymore. It's not about platforms, it's about culture and education. Yeah, look, you're right, because it's not the platform that needs to change. I think it's the creators, it's the viewers, it's the ones who fuel it. The platform is just the platform. The platform is just the place that all of this happens. Addressing the drama, Amal Clooney. Amal she kind of took TikTokers to task, I will say. She got them good. She was like, sorry that I do real work. Sorry, I'm not on TikTok. I'm actually out here, trying to do my job. I just got here. I have no idea what's going on. Whatever happened, I'm sorry. I hope it's only healing from here forward. Yeah, we're just kind of talking about mishmash of things, but all related to just, yeah, realizing, ugh, realizing the world outside of online spaces like Twitch and, I don't know. We joke all the time about brain brokenness, but goddamn, it's not a joke. There's something that's happened to our brains that contributes to just this cycle of cruelty. Joss Bernie, thank you for the 9 months. Gochu Guru, thank you for the 8. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Ben, thank you for the 2. Sequin, thank you for the 21 months. Hoshika, thank you for the 3 months. And honestly, I say this about friends of mine who are on this platform as well. You know, I'm like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? The worms. We got the RFK brainworms. Yeah. Well, it's cool to me that George Clooney, the sexiest and coolest man alive, married someone who's just a completely normal, accomplished lawyer. Yeah, she's too smart and pretty. Like, no. This is not fair. Anyway, just always good to keep stuff in perspective, y'all. Always good. Always just got to be taking care of ourselves and others. I'd rather address that gorgeous Nephilim shirt. It's the best. People used to get put in their place when they were out of line, but after COVID, it seems like that sense of accountability is gone. Well, you know what? Okay, here's the thing. You can say the most atrocious things, and there will be supporters of you. That's how the internet works. I could say any take that I have, literally any take, there will be people who support that take. So you'll never feel as if what you've said is bad. That like there's no reflection. There's no self-reflection because you get fed by people who think the same fucking thing. You know, I see people on a place like Twitter who consistently have horrendous things to say, and they got supporters. Like, so they'll never think to themselves, you know what? Maybe I am. Maybe I gotta sit for a second. Maybe I gotta reevaluate here. And instead, it's like, oh no, if you who don't agree with me, fuck you. That's why outrageous takes wouldn't be remotely accepted by people in real life. It's wild. Yeah. The best way I've heard it put it, the guy who used to carry sandwich board now has 1 million followers on Twitter. Yeah, thank you, Elon Musk, for creating this hell. He didn't create it. No, he didn't create it, but he sucks. Internet communities are the best and worst, connecting like-minded people, while also connecting the worst like-minded people who in another era would have been outcast and changing. Yeah. Unplugging and spending time with others IRL is crucial to your well-being. It really is. And I feel like a broken record, and I will say this over and over again, but the importance of being with people offline, if you can, and just refreshing like that. Like yesterday, obviously I was being silly and goofy with all the Plur stuff. But it was really good because half the group that we were with, they're not in the streaming space at all. They don't know anything about this. And you start explaining stuff to them, you're like, you know what? I don't even wanna. It's not. Nah. And it's a reset. It's a really good reset. Yep. I think if we had gotten that tragic news about Will's ex uh ending her life, and it was like on top of just having been grinding nonstop on Twitch and all the shit that's happened in the last couple months, I think it would have been harder to deal with. But having spent like a really beautiful weekend and with people, and even though I am so depleted, I have nothing left in me. It is like I don't know, it sounds weird to say that it almost was like that timing, strangely enough, was probably the best timing. I mean, that sounds fucked up. Sent you a pick me up on Discord. Oh god. What is it? This is what Nandre just sent me. Hold on. Thank you so much. It's not a fart video, shocking. This Try Guys shit is so awesome. Not a poop sock, not a fart video. uh Can confirm being with normies changes your mind after being on here for so long. Yes. Would you take the blue pill to forget about all the toxic stuff you learned after joining Twitch? No, no, I don't know if that's like. I don't know. There's a part of me that is glad that I can see all of this clearly. That's Grub. um no, there is a I am glad that I can see this clearly, that I can separate myself, that I can choose not to be a part of it as best as I can. I don't think it's like I need to forget, because this also is just an exaggerated, heightened version of what already exists online. And even though, yes, I am a boomer, I have been online. It's not like I've been living in the woods and then suddenly started streaming and that was the first time that like I've been on the internet. It's just now I'm an internet creator. So it's woo. If that makes any sense. Are you sure? Sometimes it seems like I have been living in the woods. Oh no. Not a boomer, just a normie. True. Yeah. I don't know, you guys. What are we even doing? Life just makes sense when you're listening to music. When you're just like hanging out, listening to music, you go, oh, okay, chilling. Facts. Yeah. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Who wants to go live in the woods? Let's start a commune. All right, let me tweet that I'm live since I've been gone for a minute. Live now. Still in. But my brain is recovering. I hate nature. Okay, to be fair, there's certain nature I don't fuck with, and then other nature I'm like, I get down with you. There are ticks in the woods. That's true. Okay. AI news. So, here's the deal for today. We are going to try and cover as much as I can. How do you spell Johansson? I came back yesterday and did a very long stream. Most of it was gaming, but woke up today and was just absolutely crushed. Scarlett Johansson. P. Diddy is a piece. P. Diddy is a piece of shit. Ireland, Norway, Spain, recognize Palestinian state. Palestinian? Is that? That's not how you spell it. Ay, ay, ay. Amal Clooney is not on TikTok. Oh, okie dokie. Wow, okay. I'm gonna post. Did I? Did I put carp line? Oh no, I fixed it. Carp line. Zyron Blue, thank you for the 20 months, and N Train, thank you for the bits. When you're covering P. Diddy, watch this. This is a must. Okay. I think I'm going to start off with the Kid Rock thing that you sent me. And then we shall get into as much news as we can cover. Great. I'm going to pee. And then we'll get started. What? I'm sorry. Remember when there weren't so many Mexicans? Buddy, what's going on? Excuse me? What's happening? What is that? It's from South Park, but I don't know why they said it. Y'all, sometimes I don't understand the random references. So, yeah. Also, please if you're gonna do a random reference from something like South Park, which out of context seems very shitty, please use quotes. And then also, like, maybe have it pertain to whatever. Look, sometimes it's fun to be random. I get it. But there's fun random, and then there's just like, why are we what's happening? This doesn't make any sense. Anyway, what's up, Josh? Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Guys, the amount of time I heard Pedro this weekend, so many times. I would just be walking by a tent. It's like, Pedro, 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 Pedro. Not me too. All right, let's take a look at this. Ba-ba. Holy shit, this Rolling Stone interview with Kid Rock is insane. Like, everybody knows the dude's an asshole, but it's not just that. He's a fucking hive of brain parasites. He's legit fucking nuts. Yeah, we did know that. Okay, what is he talking about here? This is with... I just want to see with you how Kid Rock went from America's favorite hard-partying rock star to a MAGA mouthpiece. It's really funny because there's like an element of something that's always made me laugh is that Donald Trump, or who Donald Trump has, I don't know, always like the lifestyle Donald Trump has always been a part of, and like this just glamorous, you know, over the top gold toilet seats, like beautiful models, Miss America, celebrities, stuff like that, is really in direct contrast to what MAGA is. And I always have said, like, Donald Trump loves the adoration and the idolatry, but he hates MAGA people, if that makes any sense. Like, the type of people that MAGA people are is not the image that Donald Trump his whole life has aspired to. You know what I mean? Like, he would not hang out with those people. Exactly. He was like New York socialites and I don't know, just all that. Looking down on them. Yes, exactly. But now here we are. Poor. Yes. Too poor for Trump. And just who Kid Rock is. Like, Kid Rock is not the type of celebrity that a Donald Trump would have ever deigned to be homies with. Yeah, he's always wanted to be in the upper echelon of New York society. Yeah, that's the Trump name, you know? He's got a fucking gold, it's not real gold, but the Trump building in Vegas, which I saw all weekend long, is just... that's what it like the illustriousness of it. Anyway, I've just always found that funny. Okay, they're murderers, they're rapists, they are MS-13. Hell yeah, talking about MS-13. They just did the girl over here. They just did the girl in Nashville. Those are anecdotal. If you look at crime stats, immigrants commit crime at a much lower level than citizens. What is happening in this interview? It only takes 10 of them. What? 9/11. Those are two different things. When in doubt, just 9/11. By this time, I've long since quit drinking, but Richie has exchanged his white wine for Jim Beam and Diet Coke. He proceeds to drain at least 3 or 4 of them in pretty quick succession. He's sitting in a dark leather chair, shouting at me about something or other. When he reaches behind the seat, pulls out a black handgun and waves it around to make some sort of point. America, baby! And I got a fucking goddamn gun right here if I need it, he shouts. I got them everywhere. Here's another part of the interview. No, it was the Republicans that freed the fucking slaves. Yes, but the Republicans were the progressive party back then. I know where you're going with this, and I'll tell you why I don't, Richie says, because Trick, the hardest hitting, oh, did he just, okay, well, N-word is back, in Detroit, was like, dog, you had that shit right. We need Trump. I'll call him right fucking now. I feel like I'm on drugs again, to be honest. I mean, no, I wasn't. I feel like I'm on drugs. I'll call him right fucking now. He dials his phone, but Christian Mathis, the pioneering underground Detroit rapper who goes by Trick, doesn't pick up. Richie turns back to me. I'm telling you, these dogs are calling me like, yo, N-word, you had that one right. What is happening? I don't know. Richie mixes himself another drink and starts picking up the threads of arguments we started hours ago. He calls me a college snowflake. He asks how much money I made last year, and when I tell him, he tells me I need a new job. Then he complains about his tax dollars supporting black women having children they can't afford. Look, I tell him, there are people who abuse the system, but we call those black people. Would you agree? No. Wow, this is just hitting, checking every box. Truly a wonder of a mind here. Who's this interview of? Kid Rock. You think Kid Rock is my dad? Well, I think Kid Rock is my father. Pete, thank you for the 5 months. Jake from Everything Now said to send this to you.
It's always good to make me big.
Okay, one second. Oh, baby. You know, I think if you've known who Kid Rock is, yeah, this makes sense. This is how it goes. I expect nothing less from that guy. From the guy who's most famous for, what's the fucking, oh my God. His one song. Ba with daba. Ba with daba. Ba with daba. Yeah. At one point in the evening, the MAGA veil falls for a moment, and he seems to lament becoming such a reviled figure among so many music fans. Wow, a little self-awareness. It's possible. No one's ever going to say, fuck Prince, he tells me. Some people have. As soon as he goes, and here Richie breaks into song, I never meant to cause you any sorrow. You're like, ah! Yeah, but Prince wasn't out talking shit about everyone spouting political opinions. I don't care. Purple Rain is probably the greatest Prince song ever written. Prince is known for Purple Rain. I'm known for shooting up Bud Light cans. Are you having a stroke? I feel like I'm having a stroke reading this. I'm honestly impressed that he is self-aware enough to say that now he's known for shooting up Bud Light cans. Like, at least he knows. This interview kind of sounds like, yeah, if you fed this through ChatGPT. Man, celebrity is such brain rot. I'm telling you, there's a reason why you see celebs who are washed up, who haven't been relevant in years, who are not legitimate anymore, who have jumped on the MAGA train, who are saying crazy shit like this. And it's because they're so warped by their drive to be famous and relevant and have people talking about them that they just say the craziest shit.
I'm gonna go get my work on.
You know? Man, I am so glad that my mind doesn't work this way. I mean, I also was never a celebrity once upon a time who was like struggling to regain any bit of that. Was Kevin Sorbo ever relevant? Relevant enough, you know what I mean? Like, yes, he's Andromeda, her Xena, Warrior Princess, Andromeda, and Hercules. So it's been 25 years. Yeah. Uh, I mean, how many interviews have I read over the last couple months from washed up writers, actors, just people in the biz who are bitter as hell? They are so bitter. That's where this comes from. They are just consumed with a bitterness.
Wait a minute. This isn't my world. Disappointed!
Wow, there we go. It explains it all. Just looking around and being like, wait a second, nobody cares about me anymore? I'm nobody anymore? Disappointed! Life has moved on from me? Who's this Barry Keoghan? Hercules had to do 12 labors because he got drunk and killed his family. Kevin is giving off that. It is a very sad life to live, man. I can't tell you how many people I have met in my years in Hollywood who, like, once upon a time were on a really big show in the 90s, or they were like yeah, like a big hottie in the 80s, and now they're like, if they can get a small role on some shitty Lifetime movie or some, yeah, shitty Christian holiday film, that's what they'll take because they need it. They gotta pay the bills. Gotta pay the bills. Rent is due. Living a glamorous life without people to love will lead to bitterness. When the only thing that matters to you in life is fame, and fame is fleeting, so fleeting. Like, you gotta remember that the most famous people, okay, the A-list of the A-list, they are a rarity. Truly. There are many more people who have succeeded at one point or another in Hollywood, but never held on to it. And the industry moved past them. The world moved past them. But they have not been able to move past it. Chris Rock, different person, also a loony, but not as bad. Yeah, fame is such an awful drug. It will destroy you. It will. I mean, you even see that with streamers. It's a different biz. It's not, it's not Hollywood. It's not that type of fame, but streamers who struggle to regain relevancy, and that's when you start seeing like they're throwing anything at the wall. They throw anything at the wall to try and make it stick and try and get something back. Clout chasing is a drug. Yeah, it will destroy you and everyone around you. Okay, let me look at this everything everywhere now.
Big. I was watching Caroline, and this Chan came up on recommended.
Oh,
well,
shit.
welcome in. Caroline Kwan? That Caroline?
No.
Friend of the show, Caroline Kwan, even though she hasn't done the show yet, but she will eventually when we convince her that it's not scary to do improv and it's actually fun and she would actually be really good at it if she just believed in herself.
Oh, I gotta believe.
Caroline, come on the show. Somebody clip this and send it to her. We would love for you to have a great time on our show. I think you would really have a great time. I think you would kill it. And Pete, if you know Caroline and you're friends with Caroline, it's always good to make me big.
Look, I was reached out to do the Everything Everywhere Now show. Everything Now. I keep wanting to say Everything Everywhere at once. Everything Now show. They asked me to do it the day after EDC. And based on last year, I just knew it was not a good idea. I mean, considering I have no brain cells right now, trying to do improv. Maybe that's actually the way to go, though. The way for me to do improv, just have no brain. So I don't overthink anything. So I don't I can't do improv. Anyway, I'm down to do it for sure. Just gotta find a time that's not immediately after I have been dancing under the electric sky for 4 days. I found you through Name Your Price. You're great at live. I'm a theater kid. I like doing live shows. I've never been an improver, but I'm down. Pete Shars did the show, and she said to me, she's like, you must do this. It was so fun. I am telling you, you must. It's not a question of if. Just like, it's when. You will do this. I don't know, it's funny. Sometimes when you don't have, I don't know, for my personality type, not functioning at the level that I'm normally at sometimes can be good for me. Makes me a little looser. A little less feeling the need to be prepped all the time, and kind of gets rid of that perfectionism. Best thing a streamer can do is parlay it for another career later on, like hosting or something, like have it be a ticket to greener pastures, a stepping stone, or launch pad. For sure. Look, entertainment, streaming, these industries are ones where nowadays you have to be flexible, you have to be able to broaden your horizons, branch out. That is not the same thing as chasing what once was, which usually produces bad stuff. You ate fire, you can do anything. Fuck yeah. That's so true. Hi, my titty boy. Oh, there's the the sleepy TT. There's the sleepy TT boy. TT. The cutest. Okay, let's cover this quick little comments from Patrick Mahomes on Harrison women's should be in the kitchen Butker, and then we'll cover the AI stuff. Okay, so Harrison Butker has obviously been going viral for his incredible commencement address where he informed women that we have all been lied to and how we should be excited about being homemakers because that is what we are meant to do. Ladies, listen up. Homemaking, that's the way. Don't try to do anything else. Even though Harrison Butker's mother is a very successful physicist, I believe. His mom was not just at homemaking. She is literally a woman of STEM. Which is very interesting that he has this mindset. His mother, Elizabeth Butker, is a medical physicist at Emory University in Atlanta. So she's very successful. She's been there since 1988 and works in Emory's Winship Department of Radiation Oncology. You know, okay, here's my question. If that's his mom, did his parents impart this upon him? Like, where's the disconnect here? How is this a guy who gets up there and says that women have been fed diabolical lies and that the role of women is to be mothers and homemakers? Is he a born again? Like, this couldn't have come from his mother, is what I'm saying. So he is born again. Yeah, that seems to be giving born again. Okay. Anyway, as someone said, not only is she smarter than him and probably told him how he was wrong, even in sports when he misses his mom's season, calculate just how off. Even in sports when he misses his mom, season calculates just how off he is. What does that mean? Oh, even when he misses his mom can calculate just how off he is. I believe you're assuming he has a good relationship with his mother. Maybe it comes from that relationship. Yeah, there's a lot of assumptions being made for sure. I'm just so confused. She can do the math on how far. Oh, I see what you're saying. His mother can do the math on how far he missed the field goal because she's a physicist. Can you imagine how much of a freak someone has to be to become Catholic as an adult? The only other person that I can think of late who's a born-again Catholic who is Shia LaBeouf. Talk about a real great dude. Shia fucking LaBeouf. So, yeah. Probably safe to say that adults who are seeking Catholicism in this way are wackadoodle-doo. Catholics are already cringe if you willingly join as an adult. You're on another level. Yeah, Catholicism, like extreme Catholicism, is something that's forced on you when you are born and you're baptized and you have to go through all this shit. And then later in life, you become a recovering Catholic. AKA everyone in my family. Okay, so this is what Pat Mahomes had to say. Not great. Mahomes said he did not necessarily agree with. What are those qualifiers? Necessarily? Okay. He did not necessarily agree with several comments made by his teammate of 7 years, but chose to Judge him by the character that he shows every single day. There's certain things that he said that I don't necessarily agree with, but I understand the person he is, and he's trying to do whatever he can to lead people in the right direction. Okay, Mahomes. Well, that includes getting up in front of a group of graduates and spewing pretty dangerous rhetoric. Like, he is someone with a platform who was speaking who's giving the commencement address and was spewing lies. So I don't know about like trying to do whatever he can to lead people in the right direction as he's doing the best he can. Like, sir, no. That might not be the same values I have, but at the same time, I'm going to judge him by the character that he shows every single day. That's a great person, and we'll continue to move along and try to help build each other up to make ourselves better every single day. But at the end of the day, we're going to come together as a team, and I think that'll help out as eliminating those distractions outside of the building as well. Chiefs coach Andy Reid said he speaks with Butker all the time, but that he did not feel the need to address the kicker's comments because everybody's got their own opinions. We're a microcosm of life, Reid said. Everybody's from different areas, different religions, different races, and so we all get along. We all respect each other's opinions. Not necessarily do we go by those, but we respect everybody to have a voice. That's the great thing about America. And we're just, like I said, a microcosm of that, and my wish is that everybody could kind of follow that. This is just a whole bunch of yapping. Just yappity, yap, yap. Meanwhile, Mahomes has previously said he literally never talks to Butker. Here's the thing about Mahomes' comments, okay? I'm sure he was pressured to say something, and he does not want to...
Go say hello.
It's not like in the lunchroom.
Start this all
I don't talk to Harrison all year long, man. I just let him do his thing.
I'll talk to him. Go say hello.
It's not like in the lunchroom.
You say hi in the lunchroom?
No, we sit right beside each other in team meeting, and I don't say one word to him, only before the season and after the season. That's the only time I talk to him.
Smart.
I would have just said that then. I would have just been like, I don't know him. I'm not responsible for anything he says. I sit next to him. I don't even talk to him. Anyway, I hate when someone says something so atrocious. All right. This is not just like, oh, everybody's got their own opinion. Sure. But this is awful. The things that he said at this commencement were horrible. This guy is a freak. And so this isn't just those are the things he says, but his character is different. This is his character. You couldn't separate the things that I say from my character. If I am talking about how women should be subservient to men, like if these are the things that I'm saying, and how women, should just need to be mothers and homemakers, and how we're being fed these lives, and then all this like anti-science stuff, that is my character. The things that I'm saying, this is who I am in this world. Like, these are the things that I believe, and these are the things that I am working to impart on people. Why pick that guy to do a speech? I mean, it was Benedictine college. They're like, oh, this guy, yeah, he's a footballer. He's a Catholic. Perfect. He's the kicker, too, so we can't blame CT for fucking up. Right. Yeah, no, that's just his mind. Like, damn, these ladies were at Catholic college, so even the church is like, maybe the women deserve an education. Dude said no. Yeah, dude is much, much more extreme than the head of the Catholic Church. This is an extremist Catholic view. I just hope people don't hate the team because of what the kicker said. No, of course not. This is the Chiefs. Like, truly, there is nothing that's going to stop people from being Chiefs fans including this. He's also not, this isn't Mahomes who said this. Even if it was Mahomes, I'm sorry to say, people ain't gonna stop cheering for the Chiefs if that's their team. I did see this thing though where women's Harrison Butker jersey sold out, and it just reminds me, I do not support all women. Some of you are dumb bitches, okay? You're gonna turn around in response to what he said and buy a Harrison Butker jersey, which you never would have bought in the first place, because let's be real, who is buying the jersey of a kicker? No one. And so the fact that they're buying those jerseys because he told them that women should only be homemakers, all this just gross misogynistic shit. And that's their response. So I do not support all women. Stockholm syndrome. They're like, yes, this is what our husbands tell us as well. His jersey sales skyrocketing is fucking hilarious. Conservatives are such lemmings. That's what I said earlier when... Oh, that smells good. What is that?
Factor meal.
Yum. When I said that you can have any take, you can say whatever you want, and there will be people who support you. That's how it goes. Is this a religious college? Benedictine is a Catholic college. Yeah, it is. Anyway, it is very funny that his mother is a very successful woman in STEM, and this is now the shit that he's saying. And there are people who support this, of course, and also judge him by the character that he shows every single day. Mahomes, that is his character, so that is how you judge him. Okay, wrapping that up. Let's move on to let's talk about AI. All right, so a couple AI stories that came out when I was gone this weekend. If you had told me that the issue of AI would have popped up this weekend, and you would have had Scarlett Johansson taking a moral stand, Scarlett Johansson on the correct side, in my opinion, and then Natasha Lyonne kind of seemingly not, I would have been very surprised. I would not have thought, based on how active Natasha Lyonne was during the strikes and how she specifically talked a lot about AI and how these companies are trying to use AI to replace workers. Like, if you Google Natasha and AI, there are many quotes from her. Many quotes. And she was very active during the strikes. She was out there on the front lines. It was cool to see her. And then the news comes out that she is going to be an advisor for an AI film and animation studio. And I don't even know what that means. Are we sure the comment from her isn't AI? Who knows anymore? Who knows? So we've got this story, and then we've got Scarlett Johansson and OpenAI. Satellite Elite, thank you for the Prime. Okay, so let's start off. Let's talk about Natasha Lyonne. So there's a group of filmmakers that have launched an AI film and animation studio. And the comments that I immediately thought of were Jeffrey Katzenberg, who is the DreamWorks co-founder. And what he said during the strikes has always stuck with me. he said that in 3 years, 90% of animation jobs will be AI automated. Not saying that he's God and can see the future or whatnot, but the fact that the co-founder of DreamWorks just blatantly said, oh yeah, in 3 years, 90% of animation jobs will be done by AI. So that's what I thought of when I saw this. And I saw like people talking about animation in a way that I feel we have to like I saw people talking about Pixar, I saw people talking about animation and how this is not a problem. I don't know. I feel as if a lot of times when talking about AI, yes, we can do kind of doomerism, worst case scenario, but then there's also people who I feel like do copium, a lot of copium, and animation is not safe. Like Pixar has always been a computer animation company just to begin with. And it's like this really weird, it's like a really weird mindset that I think people take because they don't want to face the reality that AI is already doing a lot of these jobs, that computers are already being used for for animation art, and that when we see news like this where now it's filmmakers, it's celebrities who are getting in on this feels like, oh, AI's here. It's not going anywhere. It's going to become more and more the industry. So I'm going to try to get my piece of the pie. I'm going to try to cash out, even though I know I shouldn't be a part of this. This is what this seems to me to be that. The fact that Natasha Lyonne and Angel Manuel Soto, who's the director of Blue Beetle, are now advisors for this company seems to be, hey, I'm going to cash out. I'm going to make sure that I get mine because there's nothing that we can do here. So Eric Day, Benjamin Michael, and Nick Confalone have launched LA-based late night labs with Poker Face star Natasha Lyonne and Blue Beetle director Manuel Soto among its advisors. What the fuck does that even mean? What is an AI advisor? I don't know. The trio are using generative AI in the creative process, but are hoping that the new technology can also provide artists with tangible ownership with what they create. What does this mean, though? How do you have tangible ownership when the very basis of generative AI is that it's taking works that are already owned by the people who created them and like creating an amalgamation of it and then spitting that out? Like, I don't understand these fucking buzzwords. They just seem like bullshit. Tangible ownership. It's like oh, okay, this thing is here and we want to make it so that you are as protected as possible and that it's actually a good thing because now you'll own this. How? Like, how? I just feel as if there's a lot of buzzwords that are being used. It's a way to try to put a positive spin on something that is existentially frightening. And a lot of it kind of seems like bullshit. A lot of it kind of just seems like people who are getting in as early as possible, so at least they make money from it. So at least that they're ahead of the curve. So as more and more people continue to get fucked, it's like, all right, well, at least I didn't get fucked. This is on their Insta. They're using AI as a filter of live action into animation. Let me see.
Bored? Why don't we go outside? We could bark at the trees. We could bark at the sky. We could bark at the leaves. We could bark at the ground. We could bark at the birds. We could.
Nah.
Okay, cool. I'm heading outside to go bark at the birds and bark at the sky. I'm gonna bark at the really
So bored. I'm so bored.
You're bored? Why don't we go outside? We could bark at the trees. We could bark at the sky. We could bark at the leaves. We could bark at the...
Great. Love that. I feel like as if AI is something that people are now treating as, if I don't get my piece, if I don't get in on this now, then I'm just going to join the ranks of so many people who are screwed over by it, and I don't want to be a part of that. It's a very cold, almost rationalist way, I think, of viewing this, where like with any technology, you go, okay, this is the future. This is here. And there are people who are going to be using this, and they're going to be making a lot of money off of it. So, do I want to be part of that group, or am I going to be part of the masses? Day and Michael have worked in immersive media with the likes of Disney, NFL, New York Times, Epic, Hulu, Global Citizen, and Google, while Confalone is a 20-year veteran writer, producer, in children's television. Best known for his work on Hasbro's My Little Pony franchise, Apple's Helpsters, and Disney's Super Kitties. Late Night Lab's slate includes film and television projects with a range of filmmakers, animators, and documentarians, the first of which debut later this year. There are obviously big changes happening right now in our industry, said Confalone, but we're not talking about replacing people with AI, just as Pixar didn't replace animators with computers. Once again, Pixar was always a computer animation company. Anyway. And it's always the same language. We're not replacing people with AI. This is actually going to be good for people. Our shared vision is to use this new technology to provide artists with tangible ownership in what they create. People never, every time people who are a part of these AI companies are talking about it, they say the same thing. And nobody actually goes into detail on this. Nobody explains, how. It's just the same repetition of buzzwords. Generative AI is a tool that can be used in the creative process. There's an opportunity to set the stage for its future use. With that goal in mind, we're developing proprietary AI technologies to give artists unprecedented control over every aspect of their creations. And it's just funny, the irony in this story dropping as the OpenAI Scarlett Johansson story came out at the same time. Here is an example of one of the most famous women in the world whose likeness was stolen by an AI company, while simultaneously we just keep getting told, well, we're not going to replace AI. Artists will have unprecedented control over every aspect. Really? Because Scarlett Johansson, who is one of the most powerful, famous celebrities in Hollywood, just had this happen to her. I recommend Ed Citron's podcast, Better Offline. He's done multiple episodes calling bullshit on the claims of OpenAI and other generative AI. He also wrote about how Sam Altman is full of shit. Sam Altman is full of shit. He is. And it's really hard not to see, because it's the things that Sam Altman is saying is like what I'm reading in this Deadline article. Anybody who's creating these AI companies are saying the same thing over and over again. And I try to walk that line between not copiuming, but also not being total doomer mentality. The world is ending. It's all over. It's tough though. Even if you could prompt your way through a feature film, would you really want to? Said Michelle. There's joy in the process of filmmaking. We want to keep that artistry at the center ahead of the tech. We're building this so the technology is in service of the artist, not the other way around. Again, how? What are the guidelines? What are the restrictions? How is this going to be different than the other AI companies who say the same thing? How? In this moment of technological evolution we're living through, we, the artists, have a chance for more autonomy in our creative expression and for a bigger ownership of the intellectual property we create. I'm optimistic because the more we have creative control over this technology, the less likely it'll be used against us. Anyone who's been paying attention knows that AI is already ubiquitous, added Lyonne. It seems to me that it's better for us as artists to help shape this revolution than find ourselves at its mercy. That, to me, is... I'm getting my piece of the pie here. I have realized that I can either sit here and advocate against the use of generative AI in my industry because of the way it has been used to replace artists. That's what she was doing before. And instead she's like, no, I'm going to take a bag and go have some bullshit title as AI advisor. Here I am as an artist making sure that I'm advising you to protect artists. Okay. Like, here she was.
Wow. Time 100.
Last year.
Well, it's an honor to be included on this list with so many amazing people. You know, when I got the call telling me I was on the Time 100 list, I was so excited that I accidentally hung up on the person. But seriously, thank you for this incredible honor.
One thing that started happening is generative AI has already started running out of data, so these companies have started feeding AI the outputs of other AI, creating an incestuous AI model. They've been called Habsburg AI that quickly degenerate into gibberish outputs. Yeah, I mean, we've talked about the different types of AI, and the one that to me is super fucked is synthetic AI, because being able to show that was taken from, what synthetic AI produces. Oh, that's part of my voice, or that's part of my look. It's hard because it is like a monster, a monstrous amalgamation, an incestuous AI model, exactly, of all of this data, and then data of the data. And so it's hard to know, like, how do I prove that that's me, that's my likeness there, this has been stolen from me, that's my work. This is AI teaching AI.
Let's be honest. If we all use our voices and our talents to make a difference, we can actually change things. So let's keep fighting the good fight, and let's do it with a sense of humor, because if we can't laugh at ourselves, then seriously, what's the point? Well, folks, I'll tell you the point. You see, that whole cutie pie toast was written by none other than your friend ChatGPT, with the directive to write a funny speech for Time 100 in the tone of Natasha Lyonne. I'm guessing that's why it wound up sounding sort of Paula Poundstone in places, specifically the transitions. But seriously, remember Jiminy Cricket? Well, I barely hear about him anymore. Sign of the times. Not to mention Tiny Tim. I mean, where the hell has Tiny Tim been lately? If we can figure out how to create AI that's going to decimate society as we know it in the next 3 to 5 years, then surely we can find a way to bring Tiny Tim back first. To be clear, I'm referring to the beloved 60s musician Tiny Tim, not the Dickens character. You know, ChatGPT would never bring up either of those guys in this speech, not without directly being asked to. No one asked me to, and yet here I am, in all my wonderfully flawed humanity, telling you that Tiny Tim had a ukulele and sang a wonderful tune called Tiptoe Through the Tulips.
And make no mistake, at the end of the day, this is about capitalism. So Natasha Lyonne, other wealthy celebrities are getting in on AI because it's about money. And that's what they're going to choose. So even though they were out there on the picket lines and they were trying to, they were voicing their concerns over how AI is screwing over workers, and especially those who are on the lower end of the totem pole. I mean, the reality is that when we talk about, when we talk about the next AI story, which involves Scarlett Johansson, the reason that this is such a big story is because it's Scarlett Johansson, because of who she is, because of the power and the fame that she has, because of the legal teams that she has. But this is happening all the time to artists everywhere who don't have the resources that Scarlett Johansson has. And so it just, the cynicism here comes from knowing how capitalism dominates and how someone like Natasha Lyonne will quickly turn like that because of being offered a bag, being offered, a very couchy position that will probably pay her a nice chunk of change. And I guess it's better than for her not getting anything.
Now, I can tell some of you are still
I'm confused. I thought the point of the speech was to imply AI is bland and ruining society, like she literally said AI will. No, that is. I'm pointing out how this is what she was saying last year and how she has multiple comments about AI being bad for artists because of the methods with which it is used. And now here she is a year after the strikes with the news that she is part of an AI company.
Picturing the Dickens character. And that's fine. Live your life, while it's still an option. But I digress because I can. And because I recently quit smoking. Unlike old ChatGPT, who's always right on topic and would never quit smoking, because frankly, Buddy Boy wouldn't even think to start. And certainly wouldn't have the balls to get on this stage in some weird strapless dress with practically no boob protection, all to spew obscurities to a room full of intimidating people. So here's a toast to the preservation of digression and non sequiturs and everything from vulnerability to vices, i.e., our humanity, so we can continue to live together in this crazy, disharmonious world that we love. Thanks, and God bless us, everyone.
Axios article on the issues of AI, including Habsburg AI. Experts estimate that AI-generated content could account for as much as 90% of information on the internet in a few years' time, as ChatGPT, DALL-E, and other similar programs spill torrents of verbiage and images onto online spaces. It's happening in a world that hasn't yet figured out how to reliably label AI-generated output and differentiate it from human-created content. The danger to human society is the now familiar problem of information overload and degradation. AI turbocharges the ability to create mountains of new content while it undermines the ability to check that material for reliability and recycles biases and errors in the data that was used to train it. There's also widespread fear that AI could undermine the jobs of people who create content today, from artists and performers to journalists, editors, and publishers. The current strike by Hollywood actors and writers underlines this risk. The danger to AI itself is newer and stranger. A raft of recent research papers have introduced a novel lexicon of potential AI disorders that are just coming into view as the technology is more widely deployed and used. Model collapse is researchers' name for what happens to generative AI models like OpenAI's GPT-3 and 4 when they're trained using data produced by other AIs rather than human beings. Feed a model enough of this synthetic data, and the quality of the AI's answers can rapidly deteriorate, as the systems lock in on the most probable word choices and discard the tail choices that keep their output interesting. Model autophagy disorder, or MAD, is how one set of researchers at Rice and Stanford universities dubbed the result of AI consuming its own products. Habsburg AI is what another researcher earlier this year labeled the phenomenon, likening it to inbreeding, a system that's so heavily trained on the outputs of other generative AIs that it becomes an inbred mutant, likely with exaggerated, grotesque features. There are multiple nightmares embedded in this scenario. Publishers, media companies, and other providers of quality information, fearful of having their valuable content scraped by AI companies, could keep more of their content off the web or behind paywalls, further impoverishing the public sphere. That's just one of many risks industry analyst Ray Wang, CEO of Constellation Research, highlights in a sobering essay. Understanding the lineage and veracity of content is essential. We need to know the original source, and we need to know the derivatives. Tech providers have had more luck so far with schemes to label AI-generated images than with efforts to identify AI-written text. Meanwhile, AI providers are likely to face new challenges trying to keep the data troves used to train AI models unpolluted by AI-generated material. To avoid being affected by model collapse, companies should try to preserve access to pre-2023 bulk stores of data. AI companies are going to hide behind the veil of plausible deniability because they know anything short of discovery and deep analysis isn't going to determine for sure if they train their AI and plagiarize sources. Yeah, absolutely. And that's why synthetic AI is really scary, because it will be tough to sort through it all when it's just like, a non-stop regenerating model of synthetic data. It's scary, you take you take 5 different celebrities and you feed them into a machine, and then you feed that into the machine again, or into a different machine, and what it produces is hard to separate, then who has ownership over this. Okay, let's watch on Scarlett Johansson.
OpenAI debuted the new ChatGPT 4.0 earlier this month, showing off the AI's new ability to hold a conversation with a user.
OpenAI? Huh? Sounds vaguely familiar. Kidding, of course. That's incredible, Rocky. What kind of interview?
Well, it's for a software engineering role, but I just need to know, do I look presentable, professional?
Well, Rocky, you definitely have the I've been coding all night look down, which could actually work in your favor.
The demo may remind you of the movie Her, where Joaquin Phoenix falls in love with his AI person.
I gotta be honest, too, if Sam Altman wasn't such a fucking idiot, because what happened was he reached out to Scarlett Johansson 9 months ago with a request to license her voice for a new digital assistant. Johansson said no. She declined. She never gave her permission. She then says that 2 days before the company's keynote event, which was last week, in which the new assistant was revealed, Altman reached back out to her team asking her to reconsider. Allegedly, they never spoke. She never granted OpenAI permission to use her voice. And then the day that Sky, which is the assistant, debuted, Altman tweeted Her, which is the film starring Joaquin Phoenix and Scarlett Johansson, where it's Scarlett Johansson's voice, and that is what Sam Altman was referencing. He's a fucking idiot. But even though, of course, this sounds similar to Scarlett Johansson, it's going to be an easier legal battle because of all that other evidence. And because Sam Altman made it pretty damn obvious that he was wanting to replicate Scarlett Johansson and Her, and literally tweeted out Her. Yeah, classic smartest guy in the room. But the point is that I don't think, this is where it would get tricky, because yeah, you listen to that, sounds like Scarlett Johansson, but without all that other stuff, without knowing that he had reached out to them multiple times, that he tweeted Her, legally, I think it would be more challenging to prove that he stole Scarlett Johansson's voice.
Personal assistant. Well, now her actor, Scarlett Johansson, claims that the company purposefully used a sound-alike after she declined to lend her actual voice to the project. OpenAI denies
It's like he thought she'd love it as soon as she saw it. Yeah, he's a fucking narcissist.
Saying its Sky voice was created with another actress speaking in her normal voice. So joining us now with more on the legal angle of this story and what it means is Carl Zabel.
Also, Altman, in response to Scarlett Johansson putting out a statement where she said she was shocked, angered, and in disbelief that he would pursue a voice that sounded eerily similar to hers. He said they had already cast a different voice actor before reaching out to Johansson. Okay. All right. And then he said that OpenAI would take down Sky from the platform out of respect for Scarlett.
Vice President and General Counsel at NetChoice and Professor of Internet Law, George Mason University's Scalia Law School. It's good to have you. And from a legal perspective here, what is the core of Johansson's argument?
Yeah, thanks for having me on. And what's really kind of cool about this case is it shows in real time that existing laws apply to AI. And we've been hearing a lot that AI is unregulated or we need new laws. But this is a great example of how existing legislation
the receipts say
can be
different,
used
sir.
to address real harms caused by AI. So what is Scarlett Johansson's claim here? Well, it's pretty simple. It's misappropriation of likeness. Essentially, she claims that OpenAI has taken her image, used it for a commercial purpose without her consent. In this case, her likeness is her voice. So what will ultimately take place is that if this suit is brought and it goes forward, there will be discovery where Scarlett Johansson tries to prove that OpenAI is trying to imitate her voice, which is her personal property.
And
OpenAI is going to claim that, no, this was just a voice actor who, I guess, kind of sounds like Scarlett Johansson. Ultimately, it's going to be a fact-based determination, but it really does underscore how existing laws apply to AI, just like they do everything else.
We saw Sam Altman tweet her in the days leading up to this very demo. We're showing it now on the screen. Could that be a problem for the company?
Yeah, so ultimately, anything that leads either a judge or a jury, depending on how ultimately this proceeds, more evidence for Scarlett Johansson of how OpenAI was definitely looking at Scarlett Johansson's performance in the movie Her for inspiration of the OpenAI system will definitely help Scarlett Johansson's case against OpenAI. Now, once again, you kind of put the facts before a judge or a jury, and they'll play the clips, they'll play the sound bites from Scarlett Johansson. And
also, narcissism is at the core of these tech creators' companies, because their whole thinking is that what they are building is the future. It's so big, it's so life-changing, and, you know, countries like China are doing the same thing, so let it be us. It's a God complex, yeah. And so they say, like, we don't need to worry about little concerns such as copyright, because at the end of the day, this technology is more important. The philosophy being, this is happening, this is the present and the future, whether you like it or not, and you will not stop us. Copyright be damned. None of that shit is as important. It doesn't hold a candle. And there are tech founders of these AI companies who have said this. Like, this is what they are either insinuating or just straight up straight up saying, where they're like, this technology is so much more important than anything else.
Those individuals will ultimately make a decision.
He literally said he doesn't care if it costs $20 billion a year because he thinks they're creating AGI.
We've seen this play out before in copyright trial, for example. So Vanilla Ice famously claimed that his song Ice Ice Baby was completely different from Under Pressure. And in that, the jury kind of listened to both clips and said, no, they sound basically the same, and found for Under Pressure and the creators of that song. Once again, this is going to be a similar story here where Scarlett Johansson's voice will be played opposite of the OpenAI voice, and the judge and jury will ultimately look to see, is this going to be actionable, and is this a taking of Scarlett Johansson's likeness?
What could the consequences be if OpenAI is found liable in this case?
Yeah, fortunately, what we often see...
Yeah, Sam Altman is such a narcissistic piece of shit. And he genuinely, like, he's been candid about this, not about being like, I'm a piece of shit. He's candid about how he believes he is altering the course of human history. That's what he thinks he's doing. With OpenAI, with building artificial general intelligence, he believes that he is ushering in a new course of human history. That this is like him creating a utopia. But the problem is that when we don't have things like universal basic income, when we don't have safety nets to protect people whose jobs are disappearing and will just continue to disappear because of things like AGI, then what you're creating is not actually a utopia. What you're creating is just more entrenched capitalism that will destroy a lot of people's lives. And if this is the situation where jobs do disappear, where AI is the future, then we have to do something about all the people who are going to be left empty-handed.
When it comes to business issues like this, is you're going to get one of two outcomes. Either one, it's going to be a financial transaction. So if, for example, the court says, yeah, Scarlett Johansson, this is your voice, they took it without your consent, then OpenAI will likely make an offer of monies to keep using the voice or likeness. Conversely, Scarlett Johansson, if she wins, gets what's called injunctive relief. That's where she can block OpenAI from using this voice. And so essentially it sends OpenAI back to the drawing board and requires them to restructure it. So Scarlett Johansson can both get paid and silence the sound-alike, or it can just be a financial transaction if Scarlett Johansson wins.
What kind of legal protections, Carl, already exist for people when it comes to impersonation? I know you mentioned some examples earlier, but is there more detail you can provide?
Yeah, so one of the things that we are seeing across the board is a lot of rush to regulate and a lot of rush to create new legislation. We've seen legislation in the states. Tennessee passed a law called the Elvis Act. And what it originally would have done would it have banned the use of selfies where you use a filter. But what we're seeing is a lot of quick legislation that
Where does he rank in between Bezos, Gates, Musk, and Zuckerberg? Well, Zuckerberg is currently creating like the largest underground bunker in the world because Sam Altman thinks that he is creating a utopia, a utopian world, and Zuckerberg understands what damage billionaires have cost. And he's like, so I'm going to build this gigantic bunker so that me and mine are all safe as the world collapses. We'll be safe from all the pores.
I really appreciate the complexities of OpenAI. But what individuals can do is keep an eye out.
Okay, yo, dude, valid player, you're totally missing the argument here. Scarlett Johansson really thinks her voice is that important. That's not what this is about. Do you understand what is at the center of this? Because all of your comments are missing the point. It's not her voice. Doesn't matter how much it sounds like it. You're totally missing the major problem here. I love how she thinks her voice is that unique. Like there aren't millions of people who sound the same. They stole her voice, dude. Come on. I don't know why you're going to bat for OpenAI and Sam Altman. You shouldn't be doing that. That's weirdo behavior. These companies will fuck you and not think twice about it. Like if you don't think that we deserve the right to own our likenesses against people like Sam Altman, you got to rethink this. How is it a difference between someone's image and voice? So okay, all right. Your voice is part of your likeness. I don't know how to, yeah, is this Sam Altman's alt account? Like, you're just point blank wrong of thinking that your voice is not something that you should have ownership over. And the idea that Scarlett Johansson sounds like a million other people in the world, that's not true, first of all. Second of all, it's very clear based on all the evidence and the fact that Sam Altman is a fucking idiot and tweeted out her. And very clearly was pushing to get Scarlett Johansson on board because he already was stealing her likeness. He just wanted to make sure then that he wouldn't get in fucking trouble. And he assumed narcissistically that Scarlett Johansson would be totally down for this. You know what this is an example of? Ask for forgiveness later type of mentality where he did it. He did this and was like, if she doesn't want to be on board, we'll just kind of figure it out. But I'm sure she'll be on board. And the idea of like, oh, her voice is like a million other people's. She was the actress in Her. A movie about a guy who falls in love with an AI voice. Like, that was Scarlett Johansson. That was what Sam Altman tried to recreate here. I just fundamentally disagree with the idea that your voice is different from your image, so therefore you don't own the right to your voice. Sorry, just gotta say there's not a million voices that are exactly the same. They're not.
Out for whenever somebody is using your likeness, your image for commercial purpose without your consent.
And I also think, more importantly, is what this is, you know, a microcosm of. That's what's happening here. It's only one example, but it's how it underpins the philosophy of these Silicon Valley tech founders and these AI companies believing that copyright and ownership is secondary to how great this technology is that they're creating. And it's how, like, we've had this conversation for so many months now about how, you know, like, all the ethical concerns, how these companies are operating with no regard to any ethics whatsoever, and how we're seeing artists who don't have resources like Scarlett Johansson get fucked over, and it's kind of you have no choice. So you either get on board and try and get your piece of the pie, or you just get fucked. And it's the fact that, like, at the center of this is the moral debate over scraping the internet for data without the consent of creators or copyright owners. And this is a perfect example of that. So every time someone's like, oh no, it's going to be fine. Look, we've got this company that these filmmakers are starting, and the whole point of it is to, like, protect creators. Oh, tangible ownership. And then this happens to Scarlett Johansson. This is not some random actress who has no ability to make this a big story and hold OpenAI accountable. Like, there are many artists, many smaller companies that have sued AI companies for the same reason, and yet they have soldiered on. These AI companies have soldiered on, and so it's a big deal that this has happened because of who Scarlett Johansson is. And because of how big it makes this story, and because of how it highlights the philosophy that underpins these companies, which is, we're going to do this to anybody. This is happening whether you like it or not. Doesn't matter. Roro Helio, thank you for the 16 months. Brainiac, thank you for the 9 months.
You have actionable items today that you can take against that. Similarly, we are working at NetChoice, my company, with states and federal government.
There are people who have that exact voice. That's not true. There are similar sounding voices. Nobody has the exact same voice. That's not scientifically how that works. Like, I sound similar to other people in this world. Nobody has the exact same voice as me.
To create new laws to fill in gaps where AI fails to cover issues such as revenge porn created by AI and child sexual abuse material created with AI. That's where we are actively trying to do gap filling. But the good news is a lot of existing laws, in fact, almost every single existing law already applies to AI. So if somebody steals your image, whether it's offline, online, or with an AI, you have restitution, and the bad guys cannot hide behind computers.
We also saw AI being used to create deepfake, explicit content of Taylor Swift on X.
Not gonna lie, this lawyer kind of speaks like an AI. Velberg, thank you for the 6 months. I just watched a UK TV show called The Capture that perfectly shows why AI is very bad for your image and voice.
Last year. Is there any way that celebrities can control the use of their image by these services?
Yeah, so Scarlett Johansson's kind of showing exactly how this would play out. Essentially, you bring the suit against the company that's doing it, and they will be financially responsible. Simultaneously, one of the things that we're doing is for everyone, even if you are not a celebrity, we are trying to make sure that those protections are in existence. So one of the things that we are doing at NetChoice is trying to enact legislation that gives individuals the rights to bring somebody into court with a suit if they use your image, they use your likeness in a compromised position using AI. That way we can empower individuals and celebrities alike so that everyone can make sure that their rights and their privacy are protected regardless of how it gets abused.
I want you to talk more about what the recourse would be for a normal person who doesn't obviously have the resources or the stature of a celebrity. If they are targeted by a deep fake, how should they go about getting...
Yeah, make no mistake, my brain. Don't forget that Scarlett Johansson has already been at the center of the AI conversation because of deepfakes. Scarlett has done some things in her career that are thumbs down, but there have been other things that she's done using her power and her celebrity to fight against things like her likeness being stolen by Sam Altman or AI pornographic deepfakes being made of her that helps the little guys, that helps the ones who don't have the resources that she has.
Getting a right remedy to that.
Yeah, so one of the things that you need to do is contact the service where it's being held, contact an attorney. So a lot of services, platforms, once they become aware of bad content on there, they actually remove it pretty darn quickly, especially if it's something of nudity or intimate images. In fact, most platforms have policies against even hosting that content. So as soon as you see it, flag it, and it should be able to come down. The other thing is a lot of the platforms use a service called Lighthouse, where they can actually tag digital identifiers in those images so that they don't pop back up on the same service and they don't pop up on sister sites as well. But ultimately, the bad actor who did the bad thing needs to be held accountable. And that's where the attorneys come in. Granted, I teach at a law school, so yes, that will mean job opportunities for my students. But also simultaneously, we're doing some good because we're going to hold the bad actors responsible for their misdeeds. And ultimately, that's how the message gets out. When government and individuals begin using lawsuits and litigation and criminal justice to make clear that you can't just hide behind a computer, the message will get out real fast, and the bad guys will learn real quickly that you can't just use AI and expect to get away with it.
All right, Carl Szabo, Vice President and General Counsel at NetChoice. Carl, thank you so much for joining.
This is a quote by Charlie Warzel, who writes about technology for The Atlantic. Hubris and entitlement are inherent in the development of any transformative technology. A small group of people need to feel confident enough in its vision to bring it into the world and ask the rest of us to adapt. But generative AI stretches this dynamic to the point of absurdity. It is a technology that requires a mindset of manifest destiny, of dominion and conquest. It's not stealing to build the future if you believe it has belonged to you all along. And that is the mentality of people like Sam Altman, where rules need not apply when we are rewriting the rules of society. We have a higher purpose here. Exactly. I want to read Scarlett's statement. I think I have it pulled up. Where is it? Right here. Last September, I received an offer from Sam Altman, who wanted to hire me to voice the current ChatGPT 4.0 system. He told me that he felt that by my voicing the system, I could bridge the gap between tech companies and creatives and help consumers to feel comfortable with the seismic shift concerning humans and AI. He said he felt that my voice would be comforting to people. After much consideration and for personal reasons, I declined the offer. 9 months later, my friends, family, and the general public all noted how much the newest system, named Sky, sounded like me. When I heard the release demo, I was shocked, angered, and in disbelief that Mr. Altman would pursue a voice that sounded so eerily similar to mine that my closest friends and news outlets could not tell the difference. Mr. Altman even insinuated that the similarity was intentional, tweeting a single word, her, a reference to the film in which I voiced a chat system, Samantha, who forms an intimate relationship with a human. 2 days before the ChatGPT 4.0 demo was released, Mr. Altman contacted my agent asking me to reconsider. Before we could connect, the system was out there. As a result of their actions, I was forced to hire legal counsel who wrote 2 letters to Mr. Altman and OpenAI, setting out what they had done and asking them to detail the exact process by which they created the Sky Voice. Consequently, OpenAI reluctantly agreed to take down the Sky Voice. In a time when we are all grappling with deepfakes and the protection of our own likeness, our own work, our own identities, I believe these are questions that deserve absolute clarity. I look forward to resolution in the form of transparency and the passage of appropriate legislation to help ensure that individual rights are protected. And this is my problem. And what I was saying when we were reading through this is that there is no transparency. It's just the same bullshit rhetoric used by all of these AI companies. Oh, this is the future. Tangible ownership. AI is here to stay. So we just got to make sure that we protect creators. If you, if you want to, if you are worried about being replaced by AI, fear not, because this is a moral and ethical AI company. But how? How is this different than the other AI companies? Now, is it just because it's creatives themselves who have started this AI company? Because it seems to me as if they're doing that just to make sure that they're a part of this new future, so that they do make some cash off of this. Tech bros, try not to have God complex challenge. Impossible. Anyway. Anywho, it's just wild to me that both of these stories came out at the same time, and the Scarlett Johansson OpenAI story is a perfect example of what is at the core of these AI companies and what the problem is here. And it really is hard to argue that these companies are not just exploitative and will be fucking over people in the pursuit of some hypothetical utopian future. And I think people need to be real about that. Like, oh, they're doing this to Scarlett Johansson? They're doing this to everyone. It's just that most people don't have the ability to pursue legal justice, legal recourse like Scarlett Johansson. This is just labor theft on steroids. Yeah, labor theft on steroids, but being nicely packaged up as this is good for society. As battle lines over the use of AI tools in Hollywood are being drawn, actors may be the next group of creators to open another front in what could be an industry-defining legal battle against AI firms over the use of copyrighted works and personal data to power their human mimicking chatbots. That's why it just feels disappointing to see creatives like Natasha Lyonne being a part of these companies now. For SAG-AFTRA, OpenAI's blunder couldn't have come at a better time. There's been a surge in AI services that allow users to replicate members' likenesses without consent or compensation. The union has blitzed legislators in advocating for a federal right of publicity law in the absence of federal laws covering the use of AI to imitate actors' likenesses. A patchwork of state right of publicity laws has filled the void, but OpenAI's alleged theft of Johansson's voice underscores limitations of the current legal landscape. Looks like the first lawsuit against an AI firm over the use of likenesses to train an AI system is happening with this filing of a proposed class action in New York federal court against Berkeley-based AI startup Lovo, accusing the company of stealing and profiting off the voices of actors as well as those of A-list talent like Johansson, Ariana Grande, and Conan O'Brien. The incident highlights the importance of protecting your voice in an age of AI. It's no longer science fiction to easily clone a voice. It's science fact. Whether you're a professional performer looking to protect your career or an individual looking to protect the words ascribed to you, the need for federal protection is now. SAG-AFTRA has played a part in the introduction in Congress of 3 bills, including 2 that would create federal voice and likeness rights, and another that would provide criminalized non-consensual deep-faked sexual imagery. That's not all, with efforts from the union to discourage the use of AI in the production pipeline. New York is considering legislation that would bar tax credits when AI is used to displace labor. In March, first-of-its-kind legislation was signed into law by Tennessee, barring the use of AI to mimic a person's voice with violations classified as a criminal offense. The union maintains that training AI systems on members' likenesses without consent is a violation of their rights. With an A-list celebrity publicly clashing with OpenAI, the incident demonstrates a growing rift between tech firms encroaching into Hollywood and creators who fear being displaced by the tools that they may have inadvertently helped create. There's growing mistrust of AI companies, with many believing that the Altman-led firm isn't operating in good faith. No, he's not. And he's been candid about that. That's the crazy thing. People who try to defend him, it's like, no, he himself has said that that protecting creators, that copyright doesn't matter, that it's secondary to this amazing AGI that is the future. OpenAI execs have repeatedly declined to answer questions on whether its text-to-tool video Sora was trained on YouTube videos. It also no longer discloses the materials used to train its AI system. Very cool. Already we didn't have enough transparency, and now what little transparency there was, gone. Attributing the decision to maintaining a competitive advantage over other companies. Bro, isn't this exactly what I said? I promise I didn't pre-read this. There's a distinctly Silicon Valley ethos in OpenAI's action. Ask forgiveness, not permission. That's exactly what I said. That's what they're doing here. That's what Sam Altman did. Ask forgiveness, not permission. They don't give a fuck about permission. They're like, this is too important. If they can do this to Miss Johansson, imagine what they'll do to the 23-year-old screenwriter who's just getting started. Or some actor who just moved to Hollywood and doesn't have near the resume as the actress. In the entertainment industry, the specter of AI casts a daunting shadow. A study surveying 300 leaders across Hollywood issued in January reported that 3/4 of respondents indicated that AI tools supported the elimination, reduction, or consolidation of jobs at their companies. Over the next 3 years, it's estimated that nearly 204,000 positions will be adversely affected. Paul Lerman, who has over a decade of experience as a voiceover artist and is suing an AI startup, said he's gotten roughly 50% less work than since last year. He stressed that the issue is not only that he's getting less job opportunities, but the degradation of my reputation. My voice is literally saying things that I wouldn't say with brands I wouldn't work with in places I wouldn't want to be placed. Yeah, your scientists were so preoccupied with whether or not they could that they didn't stop to think if they should. Yes, precisely. Okay. Let's cover piece of shit Sean Diddy Combs.
You're gonna.
All right. Plur, Caroline, Plur. Yes, Plur. False prophet, thank you for the 20 months. Life is scary. Why is everything bad? Plur, not everything is bad. There's a lot of beautiful things about life. It's just that, yes, we live in a society that is dominated by capitalism. And so there are always people looking to, looking to create a new world and make a bunch of money along the way, no matter what the costs are. We live in a society. Yeah. But not everything is bad. We gotta just remember that. Not everything is bad. This is heavy. I haven't seen this yet because I was gone, but I already know, trigger warning, it's graphic. It's also one of those things where thank goodness this video exists because it validates Cassie and hopefully validates other survivors, other victims, not just of Diddy, but in general, because the problem is that so rarely incontrovertible proof like this exists. And so when it does, it shows like, oh, for those of you who wanted to say this is just one more example of a wealthy man being slandered because he's wealthy, and look at all these people jumping on the train of I was abused by P. Diddy so they can make a buck. Here's the evidence that you're always proclaiming to need. Do you have his apology lined up? Yes, I do. All right, we're in the bathroom. my God. Oof. Oh. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, here we go.
You're going to show us the video, but first, give us some context on what we're about to see.
Jake Crapper.
Yes, Jake, this is incredibly disturbing footage, so I do want to warn our viewers, as you did. But as you said, Cassie's lawsuit, which was filed in November of 2023 and then was quickly settled overnight, it did open the floodgates. But in that complaint, Jake, she details an incident that she alleged happened in March of 2016 at a hotel in Los Angeles. She claimed in her lawsuit that she was physically assaulted by Diddy. Now our team in the LA Bureau, we have got our hands on that surveillance footage, and it appears to corroborate Cassie's claims identically. Really, Jake, the lawsuit lines up with exactly what we are seeing. So let's take a look.
Yeah, Mr. My character's being assassinated. I won't stand for these lies about me. Okay. All right, P. Diddy.
New surveillance footage obtained exclusively by CNN appears to corroborate some of the allegations of abuse against music mogul Sean Diddy Combs. The video, captured on multiple cameras, shows Combs wearing only a towel, assaulting his then-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, in a hallway at a Los Angeles hotel in March 2016. A lawsuit filed by Ventura in November last year and settled the next day referenced actions that seem to match those seen in this video. There is no audio. According to the complaint, Combs became extremely intoxicated and punched Miss Ventura in the face, giving her a black eye, which, according to the lawsuit, prompted Ventura to try and leave the hotel room. The surveillance video obtained by CNN...
Man, it sucks because the statute of limitations means that he can't be charged criminally with this violent assault. And that's why the most that Cassie and her legal team could do was file a civil suit based on the New York law that passed that allowed victims of assault to, who couldn't pursue criminal charges because of the statute of limitation, to allow them to pursue civil charges. You had about a year to do so, and that's what E. Jean Carroll did with Donald Trump, and that's what Cassie did, and it was settled after 2 days.
Begins as she enters the hallway. The complaint says, as she exited, Mr. Combs awoke and began screaming at Miss Ventura. He followed her into the hallway of the hotel while yelling at her. The complaint goes on to say he grabbed her and then took glass vases in the hallway and threw them at her. In the surveillance video, Combs can be seen grabbing Ventura and throwing her to the ground. As Ventura lies on the ground, Combs then kicks her twice and attempts to drag her on the floor.
Was the video included in the lawsuit and just released publicly now, or was the video only recovered recently? I don't know the answer to that.
The hotel room. Ventura is seen picking up a hotel phone. Combs seems to walk back to the hotel room, then returns and appears to shove her in a corner. Moments later, he can then be seen throwing an object in her direction. According to Ventura's now settled lawsuit, the pair began dating several years after they met in 2005. They parted ways in 2019. Combs' attorney said the decision to settle was in no way an admission of wrongdoing. Ventura declined to comment on the video, but her attorney told...
It's recent, not in the lawsuit, so they must have recovered this when they raided his house. I mean, obviously, like, the reason that he settled quickly is because of there being evidence of him assaulting her. And, it was one of those things when the news broke that a lawsuit had been filed by Cassie's team against Sean, and then it was settled quickly afterwards, was a pretty clear indicator that the evidence that would have been laid out in court was incontrovertible and prompted him and his team to just settle as quickly as possible so that this wouldn't be made public. It's believed that Diddy paid the hotel around $50K for the video, and he had a copy of the recording at his house.
CNN, the gut-wrenching video has only further confirmed the disturbing and predatory behavior of Mr. Combs. Words cannot express the courage and fortitude that Miss Ventura has shown in coming forward to bring this to light.
Why the fuck would he pay to have it deleted and then save the footage? Like, what the fuck else was found in his files when they raided his home?
Video hasn't been seen publicly before and comes on the heels of a series of civil lawsuits alleging Combs' involvement in sex trafficking and sexual abuse.
Thank you for the tier 1.
Allegations that Combs has repeatedly denied. Authorities searched Combs' homes in Los Angeles and Miami in April as part of an ongoing federal investigation carried out by a team that specializes in human trafficking crimes. In a December 2023 statement, Combs responded to the claims in some of the lawsuits, saying, "Sickening allegations have been made against me by individuals looking for a quick payday. Let me be absolutely clear. I did not do any of the awful things being alleged." Now, that Instagram post from Diddy was back in December. That was not in relation directly to Cassie. It was referencing many of these allegations and lawsuits that he faces. Now, I have reached out to Diddy's team. We have not heard back from them today. But, Jake, I do want to point out there was a settlement deal between Diddy and Cassie. So neither of them can speak. But, again, we're still waiting to hear back from his team. Now, a really great point that you brought up top, Jake, was what is going on in Diddy's world, right? We've all heard stories of Hollywood enablers and enablers in circles around powerful people. But something that I want to point out, Diddy is one of the most powerful people in music history. He is a mogul. We have not seen any support in Hollywood. All of his famous friends, since these allegations came forward, we have not seen anyone come to his defense. And that silence is very loud, Jake.
It's interesting because, yes, people haven't come to his defense, but there are others who it seems like they also don't want to throw him in the mud because of their connections to him, because of what might come out if they were to do so. There are celebrities who have spoken on Diddy over the years and have tried to bring attention to the fact that he is a piece of shit, that he is violent, that he is an abuser. But there are others who have run around with Diddy for years. And it's one of those where whenever this happens, it's like Harvey Weinstein, it's like Epstein. There are going to be others that hopefully are exposed in this.
Yeah, Elizabeth Wagmeister, thank you so much. Incredible work by the LA Bureau. Let's discuss this with
Mayor
CNN's
Eric Adams giving Diddy the key to the city last year. Well, let's not forget that Eric Adams also has multiple allegations against him. Yeah, talk about also just an awful, awful guy.
John Miller and Julie K. Brown, a Miami Herald investigative journalist
here
who's
we
been
have
following this
Julie
story.
Brown, who
also best known
exposed
perhaps for
Epstein.
her work pursuing the Jeffrey Epstein sex trafficking story. So, John, Cassie filed her lawsuit in November. The feds raided Diddy's home in March. Now we see this awful video, which is more than 8 years old. And yet Diddy has still not been charged with anything. I would think there would be grounds for his arrest in that video. Why hasn't he been charged with anything?
Well, the video is out of the statute of limitations. The statute of limitations in California for a simple assault is a year. For domestic violence assault, it was 3 years. They've moved that up to 5 years. But this is out of range for a state charge in California. However, let's get back to that federal investigation. What HSI, Homeland Security Investigations, is doing, as Elizabeth framed it, is they are building a racketeering case, a RICO case based on human trafficking and allegations startlingly similar that track those that have been made in Cassie Ventura's lawsuit and in the lawsuit by another individual who worked for Combs that tell these stories of people being brought in.
I thought the guy on the left you thought this guy was Anderson Cooper? Thought, holy fuck, he got old quick. Yeah, well, standing the IDF will do that to you. But no, that is not Anderson
in
Cooper.
the presence of weapons and drugs and so on. It's very much like what they did in the R. Kelly case, which got him 30 years in prison. So this charge, even though it's state crime is out of the statute of limitations, would be fair game in that federal case.
Julie, Cassie's lawsuit claims that hotel security staff saw what was happening on surveillance, and they urged her to go home. The lawsuit then claims that Diddy paid $50,000 to get that footage from hallway security. CNN has reached out to the hotel for comment, not a hotel I'll ever want to stay at. How serious would it be if they witnessed an assault, did not report it, and then accepted money to basically disappear the security footage?
Well, there's certainly a question of negligence on the hotel's part. And by the way, this just didn't happen in a hotel in LA. It's also, these kinds of incidents have been happening in hotels in Manhattan and in Miami Beach as well. So there presumably could be other video, because all these hotels have cameras. There presumably could be other video out there. And in addition, a couple of the other lawsuits that have been filed against him allege that that there is video evidence. And that is exactly what authorities were trying to get their hands on when they conducted their searches of his homes in Miami Beach and in California and LA.
John, assuming that Sean Combs, Diddy, is eventually charged, how important might this video be?
Well, it's going to be very important to the assault charge. It's going to be very important to the credibility of Cassie Ventura as a witness. Remember, when she brought that lawsuit, Ben Brafman, Combs' lawyer, called it baseless, outrageous lies from somebody looking for a payday, claimed that she had tried to blackmail them, that she did.
And that's the thing is, of course, that's what that's what legal teams of powerful men like Diddy who are accused of assault and abuse will always say, right? Like classic. And in most cases, we don't have video evidence like we have here. And people will just side with the powerful man and take that exact same, take that as truthful. The idea that these women, these, victims who come forward are looking for a payday, and especially, oh, here's another one, here's another one, here's another one. Everyone's just trying to make a buck off of this powerful man. And it is just the unfortunate reality that in most situations, there aren't videos like this. And I hope that this is a reminder that if you are somebody whose tendency is to side with a man, a powerful man who has been accused of assault, then just keep in mind that there might not be the evidence that you so require, like there is in this case. But let's look at the reality of how power works and how in so many of these instances more people come forward because they feel that it is safer to do so now, that it's something where you kind of just need one person, you got to break the dam open and then more victims come forward. Yeah, and he also get fucked if that's who. If this is the mentality that you have, where you're like, won't somebody think of the powerful men and how they are really the victims in these circumstances? Which is hilarious, because why would they willingly admit it ever? Right. And it's wanting to believe that these women are lying. It's wanting to believe that men like Diddy are the victims in these situations. I will say I've seen less support for Diddy than I have for other powerful abusers. Like, there are still people who are supporting Tory Lanez, including Drake. I mean, I think the last thing Drake said was basically like, well, I just don't know what to believe. I'm happy that these people are able to come forward and tell their story and finally get some sort of justice for what happened to them. Yeah, and it's also a reminder that the reason that civil cases are pursued is because they can't pursue criminal charges. Like, here is a video of evidence and they can't pursue state charges because of the statute of limitations. So in so many of these situations, all they can do is pursue a civil case.
Demanded $30 million. That video is stunningly supportive of her credibility, of her allegations. It unfolds exactly as she charged it did in her lawsuit. So it will help her if she becomes a witness in that case, and it will probably be a chargeable offense in the federal case if and when it comes.
Julie, the allegations against Diddy go far beyond Cassie's story, of course. Multiple lawsuits filed in the past year claim that Diddy hosted what he called freak-offs, sex parties so brutal that the young men and women would sometimes vomit and pass out from being drugged. They would be beaten. They would be raped. They alleged that Diddy filmed it and directed his staff to change lighting or bedding to better display the people who were performing for him sexually. These are allegations. Does this remind you at all of the Jeffrey Epstein sex trafficking case? And how did they get away with it?
Well, remember the Jeffrey Epstein case happened decades ago, so they didn't have cell phones, for example, or this kind of recording technology. So we're far ahead of that in this. And even though they have some of that material, I'm sure what they're also going to look for is bank accounts, evidence that he paid people, including people that provided him with underage victims. And that's really the key here is whether they're going to be able to show that he also was engaged with sex trafficking minors, which is a very far more serious crime because of, their age, and also the fact that he has all this, other video evidence that he was allegedly committing these kinds of offenses.
Julie K. Brown and John Miller, thanks to both of you. If you or someone you know is a victim of domestic violence and need help, you can call the domestic violence hotline. That number is 800-799-SAFE. That's 800-799.
All right. And then this is from, I think this is from yesterday. Yeah, what's today? Wednesday? This is from yesterday. And then Diddy has put out an apology video.
Exclusive video showing him beating his then girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, inside a hotel in 2016. CNN's Veronica Miracle is joining us now. And Veronica, walk us through the video and now this apology he's put out.
Yeah, Jessica, the video is heartbreaking. It is very difficult to watch.
Not Cassie.
And it appears to show Sean Combs assaulting Cassie Ventura inside the now closed Intercontinental Hotel back in 2016. And it wasn't until CNN exclusively obtained this video and released it and it started circulating that Sean Combs has even acknowledged this event. He has always denied allegations of assault made by Cassie Ventura. In fact, it is the basis of a now settled federal lawsuit that happened back in November. So this video has been circulating for a couple of days, and he's finally now posted an apology video on Instagram. Take a listen to what he has to say.
It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life.
Fuck already. So difficult. Oh, my life. It was so dark.
I was up. I mean, I hit rock bottom.
Yeah. This is already about him. It's about him. Oh, he was at rock bottom. Rock bottom is something that people say to elicit sympathy. It was a really dark time in my life. I had reached rock bottom. It was so hard because what that does then is frames this in I'm actually not responsible for this. Not really, even though he'll go on to say like, yes, I take responsibility, but I was in a bad place in my life. So the circumstances within which this took place were ones that I otherwise would not like that's not me. That's not how normally I am.
but I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable.
You saying I was at rock bottom is already making an excuse.
I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted.
Hasn't even mentioned Cassie's
I was
name.
disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now.
And see, the point of this is to make it appear as if this was a one-off incident. It's a one-off incident that he has to address because it was on video. But that's why he's like, ugh, I was disgusted with myself when this happened. I can't believe I did it, but I did it because I was in a bad place. No, my guy, you are an abuser. And more is going to come out. This is the only video that we have so far, but this has been your whole life. And you have to take responsibility because this video is circulating, but this is not a one-off incident. This is not a solitary thing that happened because you were in a dark place. Still hasn't mentioned Cassie's name, FYI. Surely this video isn't from a place where you cannot be extradited from.
I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy.
Therapy. Oh,
rehab.
So he healed. He healed from this.
Had to ask God for his mercy and grace.
So it's interesting because he's saying all this, even though before the video came out, all he's done is deny. He didn't have to like specifically say what happened, but he's never apologized at all. And in fact, it was the opposite. So if we're to believe that he had healed, that he has taken responsibility like he did back then, well, then why has he done nothing but claim that people have assassinated his character? You know, even after the lawsuit was settled, there could have been a "I'm sorry for hurting you, Cassie," like whatever bullshit type of thing. No. Look at that piece of shit.
I'm so sorry. But I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness.
Wow.
I'm truly sorry.
Ugly ass
Cassie Ventura's
motherfucker.
team, they put out a statement. They do not buy this video. They say in part, Combs' most recent statement
thank you for
is
those
more about
bits.
himself than the many people he has hurt. When Cassie and multiple other women came forward, he denied everything and suggested that his victims were looking for a payday.
I thought
They
he
go on to
was
say
healing,
that he was
though.
only compelled to apologize once his repeated denials were proven false.
Yeah, that's how that goes. That's how that goes. And all of these abusers who say the same things that Combs and his team have said, I wish that there was video evidence of the abuse that they have committed, because until there is, then no, there is there are excuses that they and their supporters will just always make. And I'm sure that there are supporters of Diddy who will take that bullshit and be like, ugh, there's no, they'll say the same thing. There's no excusing it. It's awful. No one should ever do something like that. But we have to be able to forgive people. Okay, shut the fuck up. His former bodyguard was saying that he witnessed Diddy abuse women multiple times. Yes. Yep. Enough is enough. For the last couple of weeks, I've sat silently and watched people try to assassinate my character, destroy my reputation and my legacy. Sickening allegations have been made against me by individuals looking for a quick payday. Let me be absolutely clear. I did not do any of the awful things being alleged. I will fight for my name, my family, and for the truth. Would he have ever admitted it if there wasn't a video? No, of course not. If not, how sorry can he really be? And how many abusers adopt the Combs playbook of denying responsibility and painting accusers with legitimate accusations as greedy fabulous? The video of a horrific assault on Cassie comes as the U.S. faces big funding cuts for domestic violence funds, shelters, victim services, and other support systems. And as the U.S. Supreme Court is reviewing a case that asks whether people under domestic violence restraining orders should be legally allowed to have guns. It's insane that this is even being this is not something where it's, oh, hey, no brainer. Let's not let domestic abusers have guns, especially considering more than a third of women who were murdered in 2021 were killed by an intimate partner. The amount of brutal crimes that are committed by domestic abusers. Why is this even being considered? In the best case scenario, the vindication of Cassie's abuse claims may help other victims come forward. Combs' repeated and vociferous disavowals and his smearing of his accusers may serve as a crucial reminder that while not all accusations of wrongdoing are true, neither are many denials of the same. Yeah, keeping in mind that false accusations are so rare. So rare. In the American criminal law system, the accused are rightly presumed innocent until proven guilty. But in the court of public opinion, a different calculus applies. As each of us, as individuals, are considering accusations of abuse or other serious wrongdoing, the word of a man shouldn't automatically outweigh that of a woman just because he's wealthy or more prominent, or just because he's a man. But it can't be easy for Cassie to see what must be one of the worst moments of her life broadcast worldwide, and it may take other women who have survived abuse back to a dark emotional place. No one should have to see a video like that to believe what women say. After all, the overwhelming majority of domestic violence incidents are not caught on camera, happening as they do at the hands of an intimate partner and often in the privacy of the home. However, this case is an instructive one. Denials are not always true. Even powerful men with much to lose may still behave badly. And while, I mean, that's why, like, Drake's whole, I'm too famous to be a pedophile. If I were a pedophile, I would be arrested, is laughable. It's truly laughable, because how many times, time after time after time, has a powerful man been allowed to be abusive for a very long time? I mean, how many powerful men out there haven't been caught? Too many. More than the ones who have been caught. And while it's good when those who hurt others take responsibility and admit wrongdoing, those admissions ring quite hollow when they only come after getting caught. Yeah, that's the awful reality, is that more men, and not just powerful men, but men who are abusive have not faced repercussions, have not been found out. Yeah, the more famous and powerful you are, the easier it becomes. Absolutely, because people protect power. Yeah, they enable it. It's a system. It's a system that allows abusers to remain in power. Having power allows you to get away with more. What is this? So Cameron went on CNN tonight when it was an absolute disaster.
When you saw that video of Diddy, Cassie in that hotel, did you recognize that Sean Combs?
What I want to say, first of all, when I seen the video, everything in the video was egregious. I'm against. I don't support all the charges that's alleged against him. I don't.
Why do I feel like there's a but coming? Why do I feel like there is a however?
Support any of that trafficking, minors, domestic violence. I'm totally against it. So when I seen the video, yeah, I was kind of upset with it. Being that I know him, he's not necessarily a friend, but yeah, I was upset when I seen it. But
did you recognize?
Did
you recognize that kind of anger at all?
Oh,
from your experiences?
I don't know like that. What did you mean? Do I be
kinda upset? Dude, take the fucking sunglasses off. You look like a goddamn idiot.
Did I recognize him? I seen him. What do you mean my experiences? I seen him and I thought it was disgusting. I didn't do a zoom in to see if it was really him or nothing, but he admitted it was him, so yeah, it was him.
What did you think about the apology that he gave in that other video?
Ain't me for this. The apology ain't for me to decide. It's for Cassie. What I think about it don't matter. He ain't do nothing to me. Cassie need to ask Cassie if she accept the apology. I told you how I feel. I said what I said.
I want to play a conversation that you had on your podcast back in September with Mace. Listen.
Yeah.
When you had your record deal, why did you take me to Biggie Smalls and not Bad Boy?
Man, it's almost gonna bring me to tears to say this. I just, being that I saw you as such a good friend, I wanted to put you with somebody I knew with.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. A lot of people ask me that on Instagram, man. Don't have me just out here crying and shit, man. I don't want to get emotional in here, man.
Instantly, I knew Biggie would do right by you.
Can you tell us a little bit more about that? I mean, is there something known in the industry about
What is he drinking?
About how Diddy treated his
Dude, this is so, it's such serious. The nature of this is so serious, but he is so unserious. This looks like it would be a sketch.
His artists?
What? No, what is happening?
So I'm going to get some cheeks after this horsepower joint.
Is he doing an ad read? Hashtag ad? No fucking way. No way. No way.
I'm just going off what Mace said. Mace took me to Biggie. I don't really know Puffers like Mace know Puff. So I appreciate what Mace said. And of course, that's my brother. So if he felt that way, then he felt that way. I can't really tell you how Puff moves or anything like that. Mace may know better than me because he was signed to Puff. I wasn't. But my show does come on at 8 a.m. Eastern on YouTube. It's called It Is What It Is. And y'all make sure y'all check it out. I mean, I might get some more information out of Mace from there. But for me to
Okay, let me also plug my show.
tell you how Puff act and all that, I don't know. I never was signed to him.
Yeah. What about the industry in general? I mean, so many people have pointed out that Diddy couldn't get away with this stuff if there weren't a lot of people protecting him. Do you think that's the case?
Who the talent agent for this joint? Like, you think I'll be sitting around watching what Diddy do and all this? I didn't know this was a Diddy joint that y'all invited me to. Yo, who booked me for this joint?
What is happening? What the fuck is going on? So he thought he was just going to come on here and plug his dick juice in his show? And he still is doing it anyway?
All right.
Wow, and I'll be sitting
Cameron.
around watching Diddy and all that. Yeah,
Thanks.
man, come on, man.
Thanks for joining
Yeah,
us.
see, okay, here's a perfect example of what I was talking about earlier, where there are other people in the industry who are scared to say anything about Diddy because they were right fucking there. Because they were right there, a part of this shit. Not making any specific accusations against Cameron, just saying though, that they don't want to speak on it. Course not. Course not. They don't want to go down. I mean, we already have heard that Diddy took videos of friends who would be in his house in the bedrooms doing shit. That he has blackmail on them. I'm not going to be able to say, hey, mom, listen to Hey Mom without thinking about dick juice now. This is one of the most insane interviews. He's plugging dick juice during a story on domestic abuse. Look at, and hasn't taken the sunglasses off. Is very antagonistic. What a piece of shit. Our all-natural supplement is designed to empower men's sexual intimacy by helping to improve stamina and libido. I cannot get over that he drank that and is plugging dick juice when this is a segment about Diddy's abuse and assault.
Thank you for your time tonight.
Yeah, thank you for having me. You enjoy.
Yeah, Cam doesn't even know Diddy. They're in two different worlds. There's no way they ever would have met each other. Okay. Yeah, this is this is honestly one of the wildest interview segments I've seen. About to get some cheeks after this. Literally about Diddy's sex trafficking ring, and he's plugging cock juice. You can't make this up. You literally can't make this up. This feels like a sketch because of the absurdity of it. Chaka Khan's daughter left a comment under Diddy's apology video. I'm glad this is happening to you. You got in my mother's face and publicly disrespected her, yelling and screaming like a lunatic when my little brother tried to get you out of my mother's face. Your security jumped my 19-year-old brother. These may be your dark days, but I'm singing and dancing, watching your demise. Chaka Khan, isn't it great, Mom? Yeah, it is. Singing and dancing. This really is like, I will sing and dance on your grave. You fucking piece of shit. You deserve to be buried. My God, I cannot believe the dick juice.
Thanks for being here.
I can't. I will never get over this. 50 Cent sold his documentary about Diddy and the years of allegations to Netflix yesterday. Well, fuck 50 Cent too, okay? Piece of shit as well. We really need to get in some Cheeks Cameron's dick juice. Insane. Like, it's I keep thinking about it, and it's crazier and crazier. It's $25 a bottle. Oh my God. Yeah, we've read a lot of the court docs. This is Lil Rod Jones's case against Diddy. We've read a lot from here, and it is horrifying. Oh my God. 50 Cent has always been a piece of shit. Yes, he has multiple allegations against him too. 50 Cent can go tattle on another airport worker because he thinks they're on weed again. Did he do that? You're kidding. I'm sorry. 50 Cent tried to snitch on an airport worker who he said was high. What? Oh my fucking God. What?
Apology to Cassie is that even after Diddy settled the lawsuit with her, he still put out a statement denying all the allegations, right? Like, you're like, oh, I'm sorry for this on this video. Like, are we going to talk about when you put out a whole statement about how lying on your character? Like,
yeah,
all
character
these vicious
assassination
lies to disparage you. Meanwhile, here you are in 4K doing this. So what are you talking about? Well, you so sorry, you working to be a better man. No, you're not working to be a better man, because just the other day, according to you, you were already a good man, and everybody was lying on you and attacking your character. So what is this? What is this? What is this? The thing that's so foolish.
Yeah, I mean, he has just really continued to shoot himself in the foot. Literally caught an AI 4K 120p. Yes. Yeah. Because this wasn't like the lawsuit was filed, he settled, other lawsuits came out, and he's just stayed silent on it. Oh, no. Multiple times Diddy has taken to the internet to make it clear that he is the victim in this situation.
What's your name? Look at him. Look.
50 Cent accuses autistic airport worker of being on drugs. Okay, yeah, he's the worst.
What kind of you think he took before he got to work today?
What the fuck? Fuck all these people, man.
Listen, the new generation is crazy. They're crazy.
What is his fucking problem?
Right here in the airport. Pupils dilated, everything looking like that. Listen, the new generation is crazy. The new generation is crazy. What kind of do you think he took before he got to work today? He high as a mother.
Yeah, and just remember last year, or was it, yeah, I think it was last year, his ex-girlfriend, Daphne Joy, alleged that he raped and physically abused her. So, and she's also the mother of his child, who's 12. So, anyway, lot of fucking shitholes. Even if there was a worker on drugs, you would handle that quietly with management. Why is I don't understand why he even got involved here in the first place. This is so strange. What a freak.
Then you're disgusted now. So let me ask you a question then. Was that the last time that you did that to her? Was that the last time you did that to any woman? If you're so disgusted and you went and you got all this help and you feel whatever, and if that's the case, why did you say enough is enough and say that she was lying? Say that all the things in her lawsuit are not true. That incident was in her lawsuit. I remember that incident because I was around. Remember? I remember her telling me about how you spent $50,000 to get rid of that video. Watching that video the other day.
Yeah, Cassie also has said that he would force her to stay in hotels or stow her away when she would be recovering from the marks that he left on her when he would abuse her. So like at one point she had to stay in Hawaii for a few weeks as she was healing. Like, yeah, no, this was not a one-time thing. Of course not.
Was crazy because I thought no one was ever gonna see it because of you. And now you're sorry? Really? Cry me a river, bro. You're not sorry. You're sorry you got caught. And I'm glad you don't want forgiveness because ain't nobody giving it to you over here. You know what you did. You're fine with your behavior. That's the bottom line. That is you. That person on that video is part of you. And that part of you needs to atone, needs to take whatever is coming to you because you have already sown these seeds. Take your punishment like a fucking man. Talking about you sorry. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. I cannot wait for him to just choke, man. There is going to be more and more, I know, that comes out on him. Okay, let's talk about... Oh my god. Everyone been saying fuck Diddy for years. Yeah, that's what's so infuriating, though. Just like Harvey Weinstein, Epstein, all these monsters. It's always an open secret. It's always an open secret of like, oh yeah, this person, horrible, monster, piece of shit, abuser. Everybody knows. R. Kelly as well. Yeah, R. Kelly as well. And they're allowed to continue because of their position in society. And that's why Drake saying, I'm not alleging Drake is a pedophile. What I am saying instead is his argument against being a pedophile, which is that he's too famous, is the worst argument that you could make. And that right there makes it seem that he is a pedophile. If that is what he has to say in his defense. You know? Wait, can I get the link to the wild dick juice video? I can't find the original to show my friend. I think I closed out of it, but I'm sure someone's got it. Whoever linked it to me. I think Flunky had linked it to me initially. Oh. All right. Almost done covering news for today, and I'm going to see how I feel after. Boo, 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 boo. Okay. In the world of Israel and Palestine news, we of course have the ICC decision to pursue arrest warrants against Benjamin Netanyahu, Yoav Gallant, and Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar. And what's wild is that Amal Clooney, who I have mentioned before, and I apologize because I too was like, where's Amal Clooney been? Where has Miss Human Rights Lawyer been? She's Lebanese and Palestinian, and this is her thing. And she had been, I remember we were reading a story that she seemingly had turned down working on the case against Israel. So it seemed as if she was staying out of this one. And it was disappointing. But the reality was that she's actually, for the past 4 months, been helping the prosecutor, the ICC prosecutor, to pursue an arrest warrant against Benjamin Netanyahu. So that's some Giga woman shit. Yeah. She helped weigh the evidence that led to their decision, and I think she really pushed for them to pursue the arrest warrant. You guys, this is huge. This is a big fucking deal. That there's an arrest warrant being sought out for the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. So Amal said that she had been approached by the ICC prosecutor over 4 months ago to join the panel of legal and academic experts evaluating the evidence against the suspected war crimes and crimes against humanity in Israel and Gaza. She's also been heavily criticized, as I mentioned, for not speaking out on the war in Gaza. She was been heavily criticized on social media, particularly TikTok. And her statement is, as a human rights lawyer, I will never accept that one child's life has less value than another's. I do not accept that any conflict should be beyond the reach of the law, nor that any perpetrator should be above the law. She also added, despite our diverse personal backgrounds, our legal findings are unanimous. We have unanimously determined that the court has jurisdiction over crimes committed in Palestine and by Palestinian nationals. She wait, where's the part on she said oh yeah. She issued a statement saying she did not provide running commentary on her work, which obviously had to remain secret due to the delicate legal nature of her work. It's not funny at all. Obviously it's a very serious situation. So it's not, okay, it's a little humorous. It's a little humorous because this is a perfect example of, Amal's too busy doing her work to care about God. Well, she was too busy doing her work, but that work was in relation to the war crimes and crimes against humanity, which have been committed in Gaza. So it is kind of a, yeah. Yikes. Once again, a reminder that social media is not the beginning and the end of social justice, of activism, of work to help right wrongs. It was weird she didn't say anything for a little while. I mean, I think it's something where I understand that she was not going to reveal to TikTok that she had been secretly working with the ICC. In the past, she has commented on the humanitarian situation in Gaza, and so I think people were like, what the heck, what's going on? But I get this. I understand. She's also like not a social media person, if that makes sense. Like she's a human rights lawyer. Like she's a person who exists entirely outside of social media. So it's not like a I don't know an example to use of it's not like Amal Clooney is a social media influencer who then went totally quiet, who went AFK. We're like, where's she been? For months, pro-Palestine social media users have been furious that Ms. Clooney, an international human rights lawyer and wife of actor George, has not made public statements on the crisis in Gaza, declaring that she was a disappointment. And the reality, too, is that Amal Clooney's work in pursuing charges against Netanyahu is far more important than anything she ever could have said on social media. Her job is doing praxis, not simply advocating for it. Yeah. I just am like... This really is a perfect example of how sometimes the righteous anger that we display on social media towards people that we deem celebrities, public figures who are not behaving online in the way that we think is crucial and critical, as a reminder that like there's a lot of people who are doing very important work that is not taking place on TikTok. How were people supposed to know she was doing this at all? I know, totally. I get it. I understand. I understand. On TikTok, one woman accused her in January of turning her back on the Palestinian cause, caring more about her fashion industry endeavors and celebrity status than justice in the Middle East. That would be it is something, though. I'm not going to pretend to be in Amal Clooney's head. Maybe the reality is that she doesn't even really pay attention to the stuff that people say online and is busy doing like her human rights stuff. But it is kind of wild that like there were a lot of people who were saying that about her, and meanwhile this is like the secret work that she's been doing. Anyway. Yeah, so it's between that and then between Ireland, Norway, and Spain today recognizing Palestine as a state, there have been some seriously big moves in the last couple of days that further isolates Israel, that further puts a spotlight on the crimes that they have committed, and how so much of the international community is standing up to them and is telling them that this is not acceptable and we will no longer allow you to act with total impunity. And of course, classic Israel's throwing a hissy fit. Yeah. It's one of those things where the way Israel is behaving only for further highlights how abominably they behave. It is they are like an immature child The way that they respond to South Africa pursuing a case against them, the way that they respond to the arrest, arrest warrant being sought out, the way they respond to Ireland, Norway, and Spain joining the 140 plus other countries who recognize the state of Palestine. They are like a child throwing a fit. Where's the mini shredder? Where's the mini shredder? Bring it back out. Right. And it's a reminder that all of this is important. Okay. Even though stuff like this is largely symbolic, recognizing Palestine as a state, it is all cumulatively important in helping Palestinians, in supporting the Palestinian cause. All of this together. Nailed it. Woo, baby. Oh my God, I just spit my water out. Do not cumulative. It's about applying as much pressure from as many places as possible. Yes. So I'm very proud to be Irish today. Let's watch this.
Last month I stood on these same steps with Prime Minister Sanchez of Spain. And we said that the point of recognizing the state...
Yeah, and also having Israel be like, no, we refuse. Palestine will not be a state. Which then, every time they say that, is like, oh, okay, so there is no seeking peace here. All you want is to annihilate Palestinians under the guise of we are destroying Hamas. Because if you have no intentions on there being even a two-state solution, if you are saying repeatedly that we will never recognize Palestinian statehood, when you throw fits at countries like Norway, Spain, and Ireland recognizing Palestine, when you throw a fit anytime anybody recognizes the need for and right of Palestinians to self-determination, you are showing your ass. You are showing your cards. And those cards are the total destruction of Palestinian life. And ain't nobody buying that this is about Hamas. No fucking way, especially when you accuse everyone of being Hamas. Oh, Amal Clooney is Hamas. Oh, the ICC is Hamas. Oh, the UN is Hamas. Oh, Ireland, Norway, and Spain are Hamas. Joe Biden is Hamas. They have lost total legitimacy. The hostages, Hamas, yes. They have lost legitimacy in the eyes of the international community on the world stage. It is fucking insane. It absolutely is.
State of Palestine was coming closer. That point has now arrived. Today, Ireland, Norway, and Spain are announcing that we recognize the state of Palestine. Each of us will now undertake whatever national steps are necessary to give effect to that decision. In the lead up to today's announcement, I
texted Milena. I texted Milena about Norway, and obviously Norway has been involved in the peace process for a very long time. Of course, we had the Oslo Accords, and she goes, "I already saw." I was like, Norway continues to be based.
Spoken with a number of other leaders and counterparts, and I'm confident.
Oh yeah, France goes, now is not the time. France is like, now is not the time to recognize Palestine as a state. And the US said, well, we just think that this needs to happen between Israel and Palestine. Truly, like, it is ridiculous. We see through this shit. We totally see through. France is the girly who doesn't want to doesn't want to piss anybody off, and is just like, I just don't think this is the time to talk about this. I just don't think, like, maybe later we can discuss this. I just don't, it's not right now. And then the US is just so full of shit by being like, well, we just think that Israel and Palestine have to work this out together, that the only way to proceed forward here is if they just talk. if they just get together and talk, and then that's how things will happen. So like, we're not going to take sides either. We're not going to like say that we think Palestine should be a state. We're not going to do any of that because we really think it's between them.
Confident that further countries will join us in taking this important step in the coming weeks.
And the rest of them are like, you guys
This
are
is an
fucking
historic
stupid.
and important
Cowards.
day for Ireland and for Palestine. On the 21st of January 1919, Ireland asked the world to recognise our right to be an independent state.
Yep.
Our message to the free nations of the world was a plea for international recognition of our independence, emphasising our distinct national identity, our historical struggle, and our right to self-determination.
There's a reason why Ireland and South Africa have consistently come to the aid of Palestine, why they support the Palestinian cause. And it's because of their own country's histories, because they understand. Like, this is part of Irish history.
Determination and justice. Today, we use the same language to support the recognition of Palestine as a state. We do so because we believe in freedom and justice as the fundamental principles of international law, and because we believe that permanent peace can only be secured upon the basis of the free will of a free people. Taking our place on the world stage and being recognized by others as having the right to be there was a matter of the highest importance for the founders of our state. From our own history, we know what it means. Recognition is an act of powerful political and symbolic value. It is an expression of our view that Palestine holds and should be able to vindicate the full rights of a state, including self-determination, self-governance, territorial integrity and security, as well as recognizing Palestine's own obligations under international law. It is a message to those in Palestine who advocate and work for a future of peace and democracy that we fully respect your aspirations to be living freely, in control of your own affairs and under your own leadership. On the 10th of May, 143 out of 193 UN member states, 80% of those present and voting, voted to determine that the state of Palestine is qualified for membership in the United Nations in accordance with the Charter of the UN. Our step today, taken with Norway and Spain, is a further recognition of the legitimate right to statehood.
Yeah, and so mostly what this does, the symbolism of recognizing Palestinians' right to self-determination and the state of Palestine, is it enhances their international standing. It continues to apply pressure on Israel to actually fucking negotiate and bring an end to their onslaught. There have been no negotiations, no substantive negotiations since 2009, and Israel has indicated clearly through the multiple ceasefires that they have denied that they won't stop until Gaza is totally destroyed. And so what the international community is attempting to do with stuff like this is to keep applying diplomatic pressure on Israel and also on the United States. The U.S. said, no, we smoking on that new Axis of Evil TLC pack. Yeah, it's like, U.S., so you keep saying that this must be accomplished through negotiations between Israel and Palestine, but Israel is refusing. They are refusing that. So what's the plan here? What's plan B?
It is a statement of unequivocal support for a two-state solution, the only credible path to peace and security for Israel, for Palestine, and for their peoples. We have previously said that recognition is a step we would ideally have taken as part of a process.
It's also wild because what he's saying, what the Spanish prime minister said, what Norway's prime minister said. They keep stressing, of course, like, this is not against the Israeli people. This is not taking sides. This is an act in, towards peace, towards justice. We are trying to create long-lasting peace in the Middle East. And you still have Israel throwing a fit. When the solution here is Israel continues to exist, but we also have a safe state for Palestinian people, and they are still throwing a fit about it. Yes, they've recalled their ambassadors from these countries. They're trying to now pull, like some sanctions and punish Norway, Spain, and Ireland and then saying like, oh, this is a reward for Hamas. You are just rewarding the terrorist barbarians who attacked us on October 7th. Like, they can't. They are so ridiculous. It's because they announced they're expanding settlements in the West Bank again. Yeah. Yes. They're authorizing, what did I see today? That in northern West Bank, settlers are being authorized to enter in these places that they were that they were told that legally they can't be in, and now full authorization. Yep, go for it.
Towards that goal. However, we are 3 decades after the Oslo process, and perhaps further than ever from a just, sustainable, and comprehensive peace settlement. Our decision to recognize Palestine should not have to wait indefinitely, especially when it is the right thing to do. It is a decision being taken on its merits, but we cannot ignore the fact that we are taking it as Palestinians in Gaza are enduring the most appalling suffering, hardship, and starvation. A humanitarian catastrophe unimaginable to most and unconscionable to all is unfolding in real time. How can anyone justify children going to sleep at night not knowing if they will wake up? Today, we are taking a significant political step. There will be reaction. There will be interpretations of its implications. But let us not lose sight of this fundamental truth. Children are innocent. The children of Israel, the children of Palestine, they deserve peace. It is long past time.
I was reading this really sad but understandable sentiment that Palestinian mothers are no longer telling their children that it's going to be okay because so many of them have died, and because of the reality that, like, they may be children, they are young, they are new to this world, but they see the world around them. There's no denying the constant danger that they are in. And you think about that, and you really need to think about that. Really think about that. Imagine this reality where Palestinian parents no longer tell their children that they will be okay, because the children would never believe it anyway. Because they are so already broken by this world that they live in, and in the short lives that they have had. Because the reality of their world is one that is filled with constant danger. It is unfathomable, truly. Unfathomable. Imagine being a kid and having that understanding. Imagine being a kid and your parents no longer tell you it's going to be okay. They no longer lie to you because they can't. Anyway.
For a ceasefire, for the unconditional release of hostages, for unhindered access for humanitarian aid. There should be no further military incursion into Rafah. There should be no more Hamas or Hezbollah rockets fired at Israel. Civilians on all sides must be protected by international humanitarian law. Violence and hatred can only ever be a dead end. The only pathway to peace is political. The people of Palestine deserve a future filled with hope, a future defined by success instead of suffering, a future at peace. The people of Israel deserve the exact same thing. To the people of Israel, I say today, Ireland is resolute and unequivocal in fully recognising the state of Israel and Israel's right to exist securely and in peace with its neighbours. Let me be clear that Ireland condemns the barbaric massacre carried out by Hamas on the 7th of October
Condom
last.
hummus!
Civilians attacked, murdered, hostages taken in the most brutal and terrifying of circumstances, including a young Israeli-Irish child. We call again for all hostages to be immediately returned to the arms of their loved ones.
You know what? It's been a minute since someone has been in here and said, but do you condom hummus? And not ironically, have you condemned Hamas today? It really has been a minute.
But let me also be clear, Hamas is not the Palestinian people. Today's decision to recognize Palestine is taken to help create
Everyone is
a
Hamas,
peaceful
so what's
future.
the point? True.
A two-state solution
Everyone is Hamas.
the only way out of the generational cycles of violence, retaliation, and resentment, where so many wrongs can never make a right.
I had I had talked to my mom like a week ago. Man, everything before EDC feels like 10,000 years ago. She said that she was reading, my mom loves the New York Times and was reading a New York Times article and loves to read the comments. And she said that she was surprised to find that most of the comments were not like fervently on the side of Israel, which demonstrates how much things have changed. She goes, but there were a lot of people who just still said, but why are people not talking about October 7th enough? I'm like, oh my God. Oh my God. And I just like burst out laughing when my mom said that. Sigh. She's like, yeah, people obviously don't agree with Israel, but they just feel as if like October 7th hasn't been recognized and Hamas hasn't been and I was like, Hamas hasn't been condemned? Hamas hasn't been condemned enough? Israel needs plur. Actually, truly. Cap Nice,
Just as Ireland's recognition as a state eventually led to the establishment of our now peaceful republic.
Hogan, thank you for the gifted.
We believe that Palestinian statehood will contribute to peace and to reconciliation in the Middle East. A peace that honours the legitimate aspirations of all people in the region to live with respect, justice, security and dignity, free from violence or the threat of violence.
No, Moss.
Today, moving in lockstep with our European colleagues, we seek to be bearers of hope. We want to reaffirm our belief that peace is possible.
I'm genuinely trying to think, is there any other international conflict or just anything in the world where there is always the caveat, there's always the asterisk? I can't think of anything else when you talk about it where you go, but also gotta make sure to blah, blah, blah. The way that there has been with condoming hummus. I can't think of anything else where, every single time, even all these months later, when discussing anything to do with Palestine, anything, you must condom hummus. I can't think of anything else. Hassan, when talking about Ukraine, always had to condemn Putin. Yeah, but it's not something where, like, when people go on the news, when they go on any media, and it is literally a part of every single segment. How many dead children will it take to properly condemn October 7th? Yeah, I mean, it's been like this for months, and the more time that goes by, the more ridiculous it is. Classic Vladimir Putin is bad banner. Bakary, thank you for the tier 1. But do All Lives Matter was a kind of popular one. Actually, you're right. Yeah, when talking about Black Lives Matter. But it wasn't something where, like, actually people who were on the Black Lives Matter side would make sure to say, like, yeah, all lives matter. That is a good example of, like, oh, Black Lives Matter, but what about all lives matter? I think that's more of an instance of how a slogan was just totally bastardized, and a movement there was an attempted hijack of a movement by pretending as if words meant something other than they did. But the condom hummus thing is unique. Yes. I have noticed more people who have gone on media when they've been asked that have finally been like, no, I'm not going to. Like, I saw, what's her name on Piers Morgan, the clip that went viral. Or how people have pointed out the ridiculousness of having to do that now 8 months after October 7th.
Justice is achievable, and that recognition of both states, Palestine and Israel, is the cornerstone upon which this peace must be built. So today we're saying we recognize the state of Israel. We recognize its right to exist in peace and security within internationally agreed borders. We equally recognize the state of Palestine and its right
will be
to
asking
exist
it till
in
he
peace
dies.
and security within internationally agreed borders. Recognizing the statehood of Palestine sends a message that there is a viable alternative to the nihilism of Hamas. Hamas has nothing to offer but pain and suffering to Israelis and Palestinians alike. There is also no future in the extremist version of Zionism that fuels settler violence and illegal appropriation of land in the West Bank. I want to thank our international partners in Norway and Spain and in other like-minded countries.
Okay, anyway, sorry, I feel like this clip has been kind of dragging on a little bit. We got the gist here. The closest thing I think it was lead up to the rock war with Saddam Hussein, but even then it's not quite the same. No, it really is such a unique thing. And that's because the topic of Israel and Palestine has always been so inflammatory and so controversial and complicated. And we have seen that on full display these past 8 months. It is a unique one. Anyway, okay, we covered this. Again, there are, I think, 143 countries that officially recognize a Palestinian state. More than 2/3 of the United Nations membership. This is, of course, largely symbolic, but all of this matters. And we know it matters because we see the response of Israel. If you ever want to check if something matters, well, I haven't lost interest, I care, and so do many. Sorry, I don't mean like this isn't, I don't mean this isn't important. I just mean he's kind of starting to repeat things of like, okay, now we got to condom hummus. Now we got to like, talk about October 7th. Things that we've heard a million times, where I just mainly wanted to hear the statement on why they have decided to recognize Palestine. Oh, sorry, that's not for you. Oh, okay. Okay. What was I saying? Yeah. So if you ever want to know if something matters, okay, whether it's pursuing charges, whether it is pursuing a case at the ICC, whether it is trying to keep Israel from participating in Eurovision, whether it's like recognizing Palestine as a state, as Palestinians having the right to self-determination, Israel's response and the hissy fits that they throw will show you. Oof, duh. Oh my God, you guys. We must look at this. I'm sure some of you have seen this, but this is maybe the craziest fucking account on Twitter, which says a lot. The Stop Anti-Semitism account being the craziest account is a big title to have. So They just make things up. And this post from today is a perfect example of how they make shit up. Truly. When am I getting the title of Anti-Semite of the Week? Yeah, right? So this is their post. Meet Ireland's FM Michael Martin family. On October 7th, Hamas terrorists raped and kidnapped his daughter, Aobe Martin, into Gaza. Today, FN Michael Martin announced he is rewarding his daughter's rapists with a state of their own. Lunacy, right? Then why are you doing this to Israel? Okay, so before we get to the next tweets here, if you were to read this, you would 100%... Wait, I'm sorry, Ava? That's pronounced Eva? Ava. That's fucking wild. Okay, Ava Martin. Anyway, if you were to read these, you would of course think that horrifically, Michael Martin's daughter had been kidnapped and raped by Hamas terrorists, because that's what this states. Twice. Like point blank, it says that she was raped and kidnapped by Hamas terrorists. Okay. I can't find any reports about his daughter being kidnapped into Gaza and raped. I think that would have made the news, no? This is a hypothetical comparison for illustrative purposes only. Are you saying his daughter was raped and kidnapped, or imagine his daughter was raped and kidnapped? I'm confused. This is a hypothetical comparison for illustrative purposes only. It never happened. This is a hypothetical comparison for illustrative purposes only. This is what we're using this line from now on. When we make things up, when we just straight up make things up, and someone goes, hey, that's not true, there's no evidence of that. Answer: this is a hypothetical comparison for illustrative purposes only. But rather than word it so it's clear it's a hypothetical comparison, which is crazy enough, okay? Zionists love to hypothetically talk about rape all the time. It's really weird. It's sick. The amount of videos of Zionists screaming at people to go get raped, or how they would be raped, or just like wishing sexual violence on them. Very, very disgusting. So sus. But the thing is that this is not a hypothetical situation for a hypothetical comparison for illustrative purposes only. This is just straight up lying, bro. This is you saying that Hamas terrorists raped and kidnapped Michael Martin's daughter, Ava Martin, on October 7th. There's no indication of this being a hypothetical, albeit a weird thing to do in the first place. A hypothetical comparison for illustrative purposes only. That is insane. Is there a community notes on this now? Yeah, rape. Let me see 1 second. What a crazy account. Yeah, so if Stop Anti-Semitism has not been delegitimized in your eyes, which it should be, this should be the thing that does that. That point that shows you how fucking insane they are. Okay, wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Is this a current photo? Wait a sec. Wait, no, this is Ireland's PM. No, they did the same thing. Oh my God, wait a sec. Wait, hold on. This is just another example. Oh my God. I didn't even realize they have they've done it again. This one is even worse because she's a baby. They are insane. They included a photo of him and his baby with the same unhinged language. They are psycho. This is straight up misinformation. No, this is disinformation. This post is for illustrative purposes only and did not actually occur. You guys are insane. Who runs this fucking account? And they just keep repeating that. They just keep repeating that to anyone who's like, no, this is not true. You can't state this. You can't state this. And also another example of how Zionists have to hypothetically create these situations where children are being brutalized when the reality for Palestinians is there's no hypothetical needed. Insane. It's like the fucking debate over from the river to the sea being genocidal, hypothetically genocidal, when there's an actual genocide happening. God, there is no better example of source. I made it up, bro, than Stop Anti-Semitism's page. The Hamas have a portal gun and stole my infant. That post is for illustrative purposes only and did not actually occur. The amount of actor mutuals who follow this account. Okay, I have to say, I am sussed out by mutuals who follow this account who are not political streamers that I know pull this up to like show how fucking unhinged it is, because it's concerning. It's very concerning and makes me think that they're following it because they believe this stuff. It's very sus when mutuals who are not specifically political commentators follow accounts like this one. It makes me concerned. I am very concerned. Hashtag what if it was your daughter? That is insane. Hashtag what if it was your daughter? Yeah, so one side has to keep using hypotheticals, and that's probably not the side that are the victims. The continuous victims here is what I'll say. When one side is actually facing that reality and the other is trying to garner sympathy by saying that is a hypothetical reality for them. Tweeting a hypothetical where Ireland's PM stole my baby instead and using this image. Why don't we just start doing this about Stop Anti-Semitism for sites like this? Yeah, I'm gonna tweet a photo of Stop Anti-Semitism's page and do an insane tweet like this. This is crazy. Like, this is crazy ass behavior, y'all. One of my university's counselors was reposting stuff like that on LinkedIn of all platforms. Oh my goodness. Oh boy. Yeah, there's just like, why does Michael Barbaro follow Stop Anti-Semitism? Also, Jake Tapper. That's where he's getting his sources. That's where he's getting his news from. Jake Tapper and Michael Barbaro, who have both spread dangerous hospira, both follow the Stop Anti-Semitism account. Okie dokie. For illustrative purposes. Did you see that if Palestine becomes a state, there will be global starvation clip? Who said, wait, what's that from? That's so fucking insane. I feel like it's hard to keep track of all the crazy shit that you've seen.
Both a free and independent Palestine. And so when the topic of statehood got brought up, we had asked for both a free and independent Palestine, a statehood, and a seat at the UN Security Council table. And the response was disappointing because it made the comparison to, well, first and foremost, that a vote for a Palestinian statehood from the US would lead to the defunding of the UN from the US being.
I thought the US was staying out of it, though. That seems to be the position that they have repeated, is that all of this needs to be settled through negotiations between Israel and Palestine, and that's why the US isn't getting involved. But yet they continue to have gotten involved. They continue to get involved by being on the side of Israel, obviously. And this is just one more like transparent example of that.
Being its primary funder. But then the example brought up was that it would be within the right of the UN to then cut programs like the World Food Program. And so the fact that the comparison was made that the world would have to go hungry just like the Gazans are, and the fact that it's US policy to starve the world if Palestinians have a free state, regardless of if that's the law or not, is indicative of something severely wrong.
Oh my God. Oh my God. These fucking evil pieces of shit, man. It's not even like there's not even any logic to it. It's just pure. It's just fucking evil. Blinken is just so fucking evil.
Yeah, Bill, oh, go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead.
So Anthony Blinken said, we have to oppose Palestinian statehood or else the World Food Program budget will be cut and people will starve around the world. Like that's the Secretary of State's assessment that he's making to you guys in this meeting?
The example was given that if the UN had to cut its funding, it would have to cut programs like the World Food Program. And that was the example shared, followed by the explanation that the world would have to starve as the Gazans are. And so that is not the comparison you make to make an argument for why Palestinians should not have a free state.
It's so cartoonishly evil and also fucking stupid that they think that this will just work. Genuinely. That like Blinken and Biden and all of these soldiers for the US empire think that this kind of shit will just continue to work. They're like, "Oh yeah. This is what we're going with. This is the line we're going with, and people, well, they'll just go with it. They'll just, yeah, that'll work. Like it has before." This is Executive Director, American Arab Chamber of Commerce, Bilal Hamoud, interviewed by Ryan Grimm. And who was
and
the
so
other
when the
guy?
topic of statehood
Sagar
got
and
brought
Jetty
up,
on
we had
breaking
asked
points. Oh my God. That's a nice food program. Be a shame if something happened to it. Man, it is so cartoonishly Evil. Truly. Oh boy. All right, let's end with something. Let's end with this. This is JoJo Siwa getting drunk at Disney World and forcing people to sing her lyrics.
I should have known better. I had a wish.
Nobody knows them.
Yeah, we know it. Lie. Cheat.
Bro, how does she even have a voice? Every video I hear of her, she's just screaming.
End up just like me. Can I get a picture? Ready? Right there. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, girl. Thank you. Happy birthday to me, too. Let's go.
Oh my god. Call JoJo Hamas the way she's holding them hostage. Yeah, that's a fucking hostage video if I've ever seen it. 300 what? Thank you for the 19 months. How much for you to do the karma dance, please, queen? We need it. I think if I tried to do the karma dance, I would pass away right now. I would pass on. Don't mean to prolong this, but didn't even get to the part where JoJo posted her story when she wanted it on feed, so she screen recorded it and somebody's name popped up as a notification from TikTok and the person had to do a whole explainer video. What? Oh my god. Do you condom JoJo Siwa? That should be the question. She's been smoking cigarettes for 70 years. It actually sounds like it. Hey, guys! Hey, everybody! That hurts. That hurts my voice to just do that once. Come on, everybody, sing my song! End of the 2-year anniversary stream, clown makeup, JoJo dance, pie, the end. Yeah. And then that will be the end of my streaming career. She has more gravel in her voice than Tom Waits. She really does. This is going to be her one and only year of doing gay pop because she will no longer have a voice. She will just totally, she will just lose all vocal ability. That's it. That's all. All right, guys. I think I'm at 4 hours. We covered some news. I think I'm just gonna do a short early stream. I did over 6 hours yesterday, and I think it was too much. Cutie, the only game I kind of want to play right now is It Takes Two, and I think she's busy. I think she's busy. I just got here. I'm sorry, but tomorrow, let me tell you guys what's going on. So tomorrow I'm doing a fun Mad Max Furiosa sponsored stream. So I'll be talking about Mad Max. I think there's some trailers and some clips to watch. And then I believe I'll be playing Fortnite. I think that's the game that I'll be playing. So it'll be from 7 to 9, and in between playing Fortnite we'll show like a trailer from Furiosa. Very, very easy peasy fun. Yeah, should be great. So I'm gonna go live at 5. Normal shit from 5 to 7, and then before you leave, have you watched the new Bridgerton? And nope, but I'm probably gonna watch it tonight. I don't think I would watch it if it were not for Nicola Coughlan, who's a fucking queen, and it's her season. I want to watch it. So tomorrow, 5 o'clock, and then at 7 o'clock, a Furiosa segment of the stream begins. I'll be late for stream because I'm seeing Furiosa tomorrow. Hell yeah, let's go. Let's go. And then, so tomorrow will be a longer stream, and I'm hoping that my brain will be more recovered by then, and I don't feel like slush, like it's just a slushy up here. Whew. Okay, alrighty, I'm gonna send you guys over to Waketh Wildereth. So I'm sorry for the short stream. I went a little too long yesterday. Too long, coupled with recovering from EDC. But tomorrow we'll be back with a nice length of a stream again. And that's all I got to say, I think. Alrighty. Thank you, guys. Thank you for being here. Peace out. I'll see y'all tomorrow, 5 o'clock. Good night.